Good morning, everybody. Notice is hereby given that in terms of Section 19 of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000, that an ordinary council meeting will be held virtually, 30 March 2026 at 10 o'clock. And according to my clock, it's 10 o'clock. Welcome, everybody. Could I please ask Councillor Glutlu to open for us with prayer?
Thank you, Speaker, for the privilege to pray for everyone. Colleagues, and with all our eyes closed, I would like to take this moment to open up with prayer, please. Just a moment's silence. Dear Father, dear God, we come before you this beautiful day that you've made, Father God. We thank you, Lord God, for the words of wisdom. We thank you, Lord God, for safety. We thank you, Father God, for the gift of life, for the gift of sight and ears to hear. Father God, I wish to thank you, Father God, for the everything that you've done, Father God. And as we're about to attend to today's meeting, Father God, just realized so much work has gone into it. Well over almost 2,500 pages that we are going to be dealing with this morning. And Father, being it our first meeting, I ask you that you give us the wisdom to deal with the matters at hand to the best of our ability. I wish to pray for staff and all administration, Father God, for the work that they've put in, Father God, that we appreciate all the effort that they do and that they be blessed with their families. Father God, I wish to pray for water with the municipality, Father God. We've had good rains, and I pray, Father God, that all the disasters that we are facing behind the scenes, Father God, our dams and everything else related to that, Father God, that it be well and that it be well handled. Father God, I wish to pray for our national leaders. Geopolitics is such a mess, Father God, and I pray, Father God, that our leaders, who I'm proud of, Father God, that they'll take a considered stand, Father God, and ensure that the decisions they take, Father God, are to the best of our benefit, Father God, and that they stay strong, and they also that they seek guidance from you at all times. And lastly, Father, I wish to pray for our counselors here seated this morning, today, Father God, them and their families. I pray, Father God, that they'll be blessed, Father God, that they be well, that they be in good health and in good spirit, Father God, and that we all know that we all have one purpose, which is to bring about the best of our municipality, our residents, and that we always take decisions in that regard to the best of our ability. I thank you, Lord God, that you keep us blessed in all spheres. Amen.
Thank you, Councillor Glutlu. Thank you very much. I'm going to do a bit roll call. While I'm doing that, please, councillors, note I'm going to start with the supplementary when I'm done with everything. So just to give you some time, we're going to start with the open supplementary. I have a couple of apologies. Councillor Nkilishani has sent an apology in. Councillor Yali. I have an apology from Deputy De Jager. Ms. Opperman will be acting. I've got an apology from Director Makalesi, and Christoph Venter will be acting on behalf. So I'm quickly going to run through it, councillors. Councillor Alexander, are you present? Councillor Alexander, I can hear you, Councillor.
Yes, I was waiting to be unmuted. Good morning, all officials, councillors. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor August.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, all colleagues, leadership. Good morning to the administration and all the public present. I am present, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Alderman Benson.
Good morning, Speaker, and good morning to all. I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Borman, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Glutler open for prayer for us, so he is present. Councillor Foley.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Gertenbach.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kanuza. Councillor Kanuza, are you present? Councillor Kanuza. We'll come back. Councillor Hendricks.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Haystack.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, administration, everyone, public. I'm here, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Jantjies.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker, and all members present in the meeting. I am present.
Thank you. I'm also present. Councillor Maria. Councillor Mbandana.
Bhotani kumhlangano ndikhona kumhlangano.
Thank you, Councillor Mbandana. I recognize your voice. Councillor Mbuku.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Moores.
Good morning, Honourable Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mzalani.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Speaker. Yes, I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nichols.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Kilishwani is not here. Councillor Mtingwane, are you here? Councillor Mtingwane, are you present?
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I am present, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Councillor Nshota, are you present? Councillor Nshota. We'll come back to her. Councillor Willifant.
Speaker.
Yes, welcome, Councillor.
No, wait, Speaker, can you please, when you do the roll call, tell your officials to stop this nonsense of muting us. Tell them you're doing a roll call here and we have to respond on the roll call. Tell them to stop this nonsense.
Councillor, we can hear you. Thank you. You present. Thank you. Councillor Wayne Peterson, are you present?
From the office of the Proportional Representative Councillor of the mighty African National Congress, who will forever be the biggest enemy to the Democratic Alliance in Koga, I assert my presence.
Councillor, thank you. You present. Councillor Claudette Peterson. She did also indicate that she might have problems with her internet. Is she present? Okay, she did indicate she might not be here. Councillor Ruth.
Good morning, Speaker. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Steerman.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker. Good morning, everybody. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Volji.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, everyone. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Councillor van der Linde.
Good morning, Speaker, Honorable Mayor, all councillors, officials, and public. I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor van die Kerk. Councillor van die Kerk. She was in and it looks like she's out. She is here. Councillor van die Kerk.
Morning, Speaker. I'm here.
Thank you very much. We did get an apology from Councillor Yali. Councillor Zona.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and everyone in the meeting. Yes, I am present.
Thank you very much. I'm quickly going to the officials and I'll come back to the two other councillors that wasn't in yet. Du Plessis.
Present, Speaker. Morning.
Thank you very much. Ms. Opperman is standing in for De Jager. She's sitting with me here. Director de Kock.
Morning, Speaker, councillors and members of the public. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CFO Lorgaard.
Good morning, Speaker. Present.
Thank you. Christoph Venter standing in for Director Makalesi. Christoph Venter. Okay, you were unmuted and I do see this thumbs up. Thank you. Director Medad.
Unmute. Good morning, Speaker, and everyone in the meeting. I'm present.
Morning, Director. Director Ramapuela.
Morning, Speaker. I'm present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I have Ms. Rousseau and Ms. Swart, everybody present in my office. Thank you. I'm just going to go back. Councillor Kanuza, are you present? Councillor Kanuza? We can see you online. Could you give us an indication that you are here? Okay, Councillor, committee service, just keep it. Looks like she's lost the signal again. Councillor Nshota. You unmuted, Councillor. You're welcome to speak. Councillor, there might be something wrong with your device because we cannot hear you. Councillor, I can see you still unmuted, but we cannot hear you at this stage. So maybe log in, log out again. Committee services, will we just check just write for me in the comments box? Because it seems like these two councillors have issues just to be heard. Thank you. That's the end of my list. Then I'm done with item number 3 and 4. We don't have presentations. And councillors, I'm on the supplementary, so just make sure you get it open by the time we get to the items. Then I'm going to move to number 6, acknowledgements, condolences, and congratulations. Thank you, Councillor Nshota. I can see you were saying you're present. The first speaker to do acknowledgements, condolences, congratulations is Councillor Peterson.
It is troublesome, Speaker, when you have to unmute to make your representation and then someone mutes you. I understand the frustrations of refund. Speaker, allow me to rise and congratulate the Northern Cape Provincial Government in providing the necessary acknowledgement to the Khoi and San people of the Richtersveld as they supported the Nama in restoring some dignity when we reburied with the President Cyril Ramaphosa, when we reburied 63 Khoi slaves that suffered to the hand of the colonizer. This is part of the efforts of government to restore the dignity of a people that was stolen from colonialist and apartheid. Speaker, I just want to congratulate the Premier Zamani Soul for his contributions towards that restoration that is so needed for the Khoi and San people. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, you the next speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, just an acknowledgement of this important historical month that is actually March. We are here at the month that is very significant to my generation of 1986, led by the late Vuyo Katua, when all of us assembled at Vukani Primary School. We decided and heeded to the call made by Oliver Tambo in 1985 that we should render the Botha regime ungovernable. It is this month when all of us came together responsibly, and then we said we will no longer attend school for the whole full year because we were supporting the cause of liberating the South African oppressed masses. I'm acknowledging that significant month for us. Second is significant, important, is the part on the president, the young Khamenei of Iran. When he was attacked during the Ramadan month, I thought the Western world made a very huge mistake attacking Muslims on the Ramadan month. And it proves now, look at the oil prices, look at all what is happening. By mere ignorance and arrogance of President Trump and the Israeli president, now we are going to suffer the consequences caused by them attacking Iran for no good reason. And lastly, I actually also want to say, in this month that is going to come, because we won't be in council meeting, it is the month on a Saturday where all of us as young people of Patensi came together on a Saturday morning when we heard that the ruthless and brutal Yanuswalus assassinate Comrade Krizani. It's a month all of us were in tears, and all of us went to a conference the same Monday that we agreed that we must take up arms in order to revenge the death of Ani. But thanks for the analysis of Comrade Mbeki on 2 weeks thereafter and the response of Mandela on 4 o'clock in the morning, that's why we got a peaceful South Africa. Had it not been for those two leaders, South Africa could have been chaos in April. I want to acknowledge that month. I'm asking every South African to remember the blood of Ani, those that turned their back against the African National Congress, to remember where are we coming from. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gludlu, you the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I trust I'm well. I'm 100% audible. Speaker, just two. I wish to firstly and foremost congratulate our honorable current mayor, who has also been a candidate, an appointed candidate for the 2026 or for the forthcoming forthcoming local general election. So a big congratulations to Councillor Hartung Borman. You have served us well. And with this continued strategy, Mayor, from all of us, we wish you Godspeed and all the blessings and the wisdom that you will be carrying us through as you have done so admirably in the current term. Secondly, Speaker, it is to also appreciate the Goga municipality, the DA-led Goga municipality. Tagama Road is being tarred, a provincial road, the first one ever in Jeffreys Bay. And this is a significant milestone to be appreciated by all. And I'm again appreciative of the mayor's guidance, the mayor's leadership in taking us forward. May you continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zona, you the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I'm audible. I see I'm muted. Madam Speaker, I'm just rising perhaps on the first one, perhaps to congratulate a South African athlete who has done us proud by lifting up a 520 kg deadlift power show which took place in Siberia. I think his athleticism has proven to be a beacon of hope for many South Africans that are involved in athletes, that it's possible that it can be done. Then the second one, I want to say happy belated birthday to Nontutuzelo Chijwa, who turned last week on the 23rd of March, last week, Monday. She turned 103 years old. I would want to wish her still a very long life. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Those are the only two things I wanted to rise upon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Haystack.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, I also just want to congratulate the Mayor, Hartung Borman, for being nominated again and for his leadership. And we can take the municipality forward. And Councillor Dudlu stole my spotlight a bit, but I just want to commend the Water and Civils Department on the roads that's being resealed and tarred, especially in the CBD, as well as all the other areas that is forthcoming. The way they planned it and the study that was being done on how the roads will be tackled was done very constructively, and I just want to commend them on that. And remember that we cried a few years ago about the state of our roads, and it looks very, very good. And also for the Democratic Alliance that lead the municipality, that they can still strive in this manner and the way forward, as well as that we can attend to all other areas in due course. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stearman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the Koga Constituency Chairperson, I would like to congratulate the Democratic Alliance for a successful and well-organized Provincial Congress. I would also use this opportunity to congratulate our newly elected mayoral candidate, Mayor Hartung Borman. Thank you very much for your leadership. And also going forward, I would like to congratulate for the Democratic Alliance. I know it will be successful and it will be well disciplined for our Federal Congress, which is taking place soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Oliphant.
Hi, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. Speaker, firstly, let me convey my deepest gratitude to everyone that has actually wished me success when I went for the operation in St. George's Hospital, where I spent some time, but operation was successful. Thank you to everyone that have actually wished me the best for that operation. Secondly, Speaker, let me equally thank everyone that have conveyed message of condolences and sympathy to my sister-in-law, my wife's sister who has passed on. She was a lecturer at Walter Sisulu University. Unfortunately, her untimely departure actually shocked everyone in the province. Thank you very much for that. And equally, something which has no politics in it, but I want to commend the Department of Councillor Danny Benson and his intervention in all assistance he provided during the moment of grief in my family-in-law, and all the services that he has actually made sure are adequately and appropriately applied. Lastly, Speaker, let me make a reflection in commending, as we see the completion of the road from SPCA up to Hanki, a road that is the prerogative of the provincial government. We have seen the improvement very nicely done, especially as you approach Hanki. We equally wish to commend the provincial government for the briefing held sometime last week with an intention to go further to Cape St. Francis at doing that road. These are accolades that cannot be falsely claimed by Koga municipality under the Democratic Alliance. That recognition is supposed to rest where it's supposed to rest, which is your provincial government. Lastly, those that are commending the DA for the Gama Road, don't mislead the public of Koga. That road is a provincial road. Don't fall short to mention, in fact, the memorandum of agreement between Koga municipality and the provincial government. Don't forget about that and claim falsely accolades. Tell no lies, that is what Amilcar Cabral says. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. So therefore that road is not done by Koga municipality. It's done by the province. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Nshota. Councillor, I can see you unmuted. So from our side, you are welcome to speak. Councillor, we cannot hear you, unfortunately, so you'll have to make use of the text box again with your congratulations, acknowledgement, or condolence. Yes, Councillor, I can see you unmuted, but we cannot unfortunately hear you. I'm going to move to the next councillor, Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, everybody's is very thankful for the roads in our whole Koga municipality, and I must say that is one of the biggest things we as Koga achieve, and I want to make sure that everybody knows that the Democratic Alliance and the Freedom Front Plus voted for that 200 million rand to fix up the roads. So thank you for the Freedom Front and DA to take this down to the next level. Thank you. And to help Councillor Olifant, that road piece of the Gama from the Robot to the police station is not provincial road. That is our road, and that's been fixed by this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. This brings us to the end of number 6, acknowledgements. I'm moving to number 7, statements or communication by the speaker. That's me. Honourable Mayor, members of council, officials, online guests and colleagues. We thank the Lord for the rain that we received recently, which sufficiently kept our gardens green. At the same time, we still desperately need more rain because our dams are critically low. We please encourage all residents to continue using water sparingly and responsible, and please report water leaks. We also recently commemorated Human Rights Day, a very important reminder of our rights, dignity, and freedom that form the foundation of our democracy. It is very encouraging to see learners celebrating their matric farewell so early. These occasions are significant milestones for the younger people and their families, and it's a reminder of the promise that lies in the next generation. With this all positive, we are currently facing uncertain economic times, particularly with looming fuel price increases. However, as South Africans, we have repeatedly demonstrated resilience, and we remain confident that we will navigate through all these challenging times together. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the administration for the considerable effort that went into preparing this comprehensive agenda for all of us today. The time and the dedication invested are truly appreciated. Please also convey our gratitude to the staff on the ground that work tirelessly to ensure that service delivery continue without interruptions and with swift working during the night to make sure we're not left in the dark, that we have water in our taps and we have roads to drive on. Thank you. Then I would like to thank our mayor for writing to the MEC regarding the deaf road at the moment on the R330. I would also like to acknowledge the residents and everybody that's written to the provincial department to urgently take action. Thank you for this. More on a positive note, South Africa recently received the Grand Gold and the Best Show Award in Shenzhen at the International Flower Show. It's quite an achievement. It's the second one this year we're winning on this. Lastly, I would like to wish everybody a very safe Easter weekend. And when you're with your families, please thank them because they are your base and your support that makes us such a special municipality. I thank you. Thank you, everybody. And then I'm done with item number 7. Number 8, statements by the Executive Mayor. Honourable Mayor, over to you.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, all councillors, our administration, to Mayoral Committee, and everybody else in this meeting, to our public viewing online. It is really wonderful to be here with you this morning as we are sitting on towards the end of this financial year, and we have so many things to be thankful for, and we have so many things that we still need to get done, and we are in a position as a municipality that we can truly say we are moving forward steadily and making good progress with all the targets we set ourselves in the beginning of this financial year. I do want to highlight a few of these, and as we also today approve our draft budget, I'd like to make some statements regarding that. So, Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. In the beginning of this financial year, we started with a huge investment towards our roads, and I'm really thankful for the progress that we have made, and I want to thank our finance department and our civils department for the massive work that went into making sure that we can start fixing our roads. and we are making great progress. And I'm happy to also say that the tender for the next phase in St. Francis has been approved, whereafter Humansdorp and the Campus Valley will also start the resealing process. Some of the roads in Humansdorp has already been resealed with this project. So it is really, I'm really thankful for the amazing progress that we have been making. Additionally, our gravel to tar upgrades has been going along well. In various of our towns, gravel roads are being upgraded, and I'm really thankful to see that as well, and have that expanded to all our towns. So really thank you to all the departments that are involved. Furthermore, Speaker, I am really thankful for the progress that we have made in making sure we get electricity to people's homes. We get electricity that are legal, electricity that are that we can improve the livelihoods of our people. And I'm really excited for the money that we made available in the adjustment budget, obviously to be spent very soon, in making sure that Chalks in Thornhill, St. Vista Phase 2, as well as London in Ocean View gets the electricity that they deserve. We cannot let our people be hamstrung by illegal electricity and all the dangers that comes with that, as well as our infrastructure cannot take the load of all the illegal connections. So we need to give legal connections to these residents in order for them to have safe electricity, and then obviously the electricity will also they will also be able to qualify for equitable share, and they will also be able to obviously buy electricity from us legally. Speaker, then, as far as our wastewater treatment works are concerned, I'm really thankful for the teams. Since our last Green Drop report, we have made significant progress as far as our wastewater treatment works are concerned all over our municipality. And we are looking forward to seeing a big improvement in our Green Drop score. Not where we want to be yet, but a huge improvement from where we were last time. The last assessments. And then lastly, our as far as our 4 priorities are concerned, our customer service is improving well, although I think we do still have a lot to work on. As far as that concerned, from all our front of our staff to the experience that our residents get when they interact with our staff on the ground, we've come a long way, and we are making huge progress as far as that is concerned. But we have to make it as easy as possible for our residents to do business with the municipality and have that, just as easy as possible. Speaker, then I am very concerned about water. Our water levels in our dams are running very, very low, and we do have an item on that later in this agenda. But I want to just highlight here that it is critical that we as council make it as clear as possible to our residents to save water. We cannot continue on the trend that we are currently running on. The water levels are running extremely low, and we need to conserve water. Our big dams are an issue for us. It's the fact that the Churchill and the Mpofu dams are managed by Nelson Mandela Bay creates huge issues in terms of what we as a municipality can get into our reservoirs, as well as the management of the infrastructure and the maintenance of the infrastructure. I visited one of the offtakes from the Churchill line the other day, and it is really concerning to see the infrastructure and the state that it is in. We really need to make sure that we drive this matter of ownership and management of the dams to its fullest with the Minister of Water and Sanitation. Then, as well as our increase in capacity, or the increase in allocation from the dams. We have an allocation currently of around 10 megaliters a day, and this was the same 10, 15 years ago. It was the same allocation, and yet we are one of the fastest growing towns in the country, or municipalities in the country, yet our water allocation from these dams have not increased at all. The Nelson Mandela Bay's water losses is more than what we use on a daily, or our allocation on a daily basis. It is incredible how small amount of water we are allowed out of the dams that are in our area. So it is very important that we drive this with the Minister as seriously as we possibly can. And then lastly, Speaker, I do want to just thank all our staff. Our staff works tremendously hard. Everybody from supporting departments and staff that support our services, to our call center, to our people working on the ground, fixing pipes and sewage and electricity and all of this, to people approving plans and approving all sorts of things and cutting grass and all of those staff are working tremendously hard. And it's because of our extremely dedicated staff that we are able to say that we are one of the best municipalities in the country, and by far the best municipality in the province. And I do want to acknowledge them here today and saying that we also know that we have come a long way, but we need to step up even further, because we want to be an example and the measure to which all the rest of the municipalities in the country measure themselves by. So thank you very much to our directors and all the staff for the amazing work that you do, Speaker. And then lastly, the budget that lies before us today, I'll propose it a little bit later in terms of workshopping that with councillors, but I would like us to really emphasize and really have a look at where that money is going. This money is going to service delivery to all our residents. We cannot leave anybody behind. We need to make sure that services are delivered equitably to all our residents in all our wards. And that is something that I'm very passionate about and will remain passionate about. And the number speaks for itself. So let no one tell us that this money only goes here or there. I can prove in this budget before us today that this money is going to where it must go. It goes to the poorest of the poor. It goes to delivering services throughout this municipality. And I'm really proud of the work that our finance and budget teams have done in making sure that we get a funded budget on the table. And the process moving on from here is obviously that we may need to make sure that all our councillors are workshopped on the budget, so that they understand also in our IDP meetings that's coming up how to present this to their wards and make sure that everybody is on the same page, understanding what the processes are, as well as where this money will be spent in each and every single ward. Speaker, that's all from me from my side. For now, I'll maybe say one or two more things as we table the budget. But that's it. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mayor. Any disclosure of interest? Okay, I don't see any disclosure of interest. Councillors, I hope you guys are open on supplementary. On the supplementary agenda, and the reason for the supplementary being late is because we were all waiting for Treasury to give us the go-ahead. So that's why this is on the supplementary. And that's my reason for thanking the administration, because they really, really worked hard when they got the approval after that we can carry on to council. Councillors, I'm moving to number 10, statutory matters. And then number 11, reports of the Office of the Municipal Manager. MM5 on the supplementary, and I'm on page 6. Over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a moment. We are now on MM5, and that's on page 6, I think, and the recommendation on page 11. I just want to try to get to that agenda quickly in front of me.
Yes, it's on page 6, MM5, page 3 on the supplementary. That's where I am on that agenda.
My apology, my agenda had to quickly close there. Just trying to get it open.
We'll wait for you, It's a tabling of the draft review 2026-27.
Will be there in a second. While I'm opening the agenda there, the recommendations there on page 11 for this item. My internet is very slow where I am now, and my...
We're on page 6 on the supplementary.
Yes. Speaker, I'm battling to open my supplementary agenda. It is open, but I can't scroll. I'm a bit stuck here with slow internet. But the recommendations are on page 11.
Thank you. Thank you, So you're tabling the draft review 2026-27 integrated development plan from page 6 to page 516. Thank you, my first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, as a citizen and as a resident of Patensi, we have actually been amazed by the previous 5 years under the DA-led government that all issues starting from Andreskral that are on the IDP since 2022, I can categorically state that they've never been implemented. So all residents, ali inwoners van Patensi must know that under the DA-led government, the IDP, which is actually against the law, was never implemented. That was not implemented. You can look from all items. It does not start now. You go to the time of Councillor Amos Mabukane, you look at all issues from 2026 in the IDP. You find also the DA-led government was falling short in achieving the aspirations of the community under Cyril Ramaphosa, who's the president of this township, named after him. So as the ANC, we've seen our community getting tired of even attending the IDP meetings. In the last IDP meeting held early this year, there was not even one resident that attended. And I believe, so may other councillors speak for themselves. We believe that under your leadership, Honorable Mayor Borman, there has never been a passion to change the lives of our people. It's just a smokescreen, a sweet talk that has got no relevancy. I'm challenging Elke Boer or farmer in Patensi to come and see with his own eyes. I can take them through the whole township in Patensi, even in Andeskral Kwaka. There's nothing that was done by this DA-led government since 2016 up to now. It's tangible. A gravesite has no fence. Pigs are running over the old deceased people. And it's a simple thing to do a grave fence in the side, a fence in the site of the oldest gravesite. So as the ANC, we are saying, you failed dismally to change the lives of the people.
Councillor Mbandana, just hold on a second. I have a point of order. Councillor Glutlu, your point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm ruling on relevance, Rule 32. Speaker, the councillor is referring to 2022. We are tabling the 2026-2027 IDP. So can we please get on and only matter to what is at hand, 2026-2027, and not go historical? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mbandana, could we stick to the item, please? You may carry on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure he needs to be lectured, Honorable Brian Dludlu. IDP is a 5-year plan. So please go to your textbook of the IDP and learn that. So actually emphasizing the point that I'm challenging every resident, elke omens wat die bly in Patensie, elke Khoi and San, everyone that stays in Patensie to know that if there's nothing that was done in Patensie, it's under the DA-led government that failed the community this
Councillor
month.
Madonna, I've got another point of order. Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, apology for the ambient noise, but I just wanted to say that your councillor must wait and allow others to speak.
Councillor?
This is not DA forum.
Councillor,
No,
what point of order are you raising?
That councillor of yours needs to know his place.
Councillor, what point of order on the rules are you referring to?
I am saying when Councillor Dludlu was
No,
campaigning,
Councillor, I cannot accept it if you cannot bring me which rule you're referring.
I'm still maintaining, keep your dog on a leash.
Thank you, Councillor. We cannot hear you because you cannot provide me the rule. Councillor Madonna, you can carry on with your remaining 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thanks, Ngonyama Peterson. Just tighten up on that leash. Thanks. I want to tell all Patensie residents at Ramaphosa Village, all IDPs under the DA-led government have not yielded. Hulle het niks gedoen in Patensie. It's them there in Jeffries wat die geld het en hulle het alles om te doen in Ramaphosa. Dis hoekom ons agteruit gegaan en 'n plek wat genoem is na die president Ramaphosa Village. So we are saying, show them in the elections that you are hurtful and sick and tired of them. Thank you.
Up. Thank you, Councillor. My next speaker is Councillor August.
Sorry, Speaker, I was battling to unmute myself. If I'm at the right place, I think on page 6, but it was, I think if I've got it right, it's on the confidential volume 1 that I'm going to speak.
No,
Sorry,
Councillor, we on the supplementary, it's on the draft integrated development plan, the IDP.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Speaker. If it's page 6, then I'm on and off, kicked out of the meeting now and again. But there's a point of correction with the present and the apologies with or without apology. Both are saying with apology. One should be without. Yes.
Councillor August, that's on the minutes that we're going to go back to later. You are speaker on both of them, so I will give you opportunity when we get to that item again, if that's okay. Okay, I'm going to go to the next speaker. Councillor Shorter, we're going to try and unmute you again. I did see in your text box that you're referring that some items were not done. I just want to see if the administration can see that they can give you specific answers, because some of them are in planning stages, so I don't know which ones you refer to. If you can maybe try and unmute yourself again or indicate in the text box which specifics you're referring to in the IDP. Councillor Shorter, are you trying to unmute yourself again? You are unmuted on our side. Okay, Councillor, you're welcome to email my office as well on the specifics that wasn't reached yet. I'm going to give to the next speaker, Councillor Nizalani. You're the next speaker on the item. Councillor Oliphant, you unfortunately not a speaker on this item. I will give you opportunity after the administration has given us feedback. Thank you.
Can I speak, Speaker?
I can hear you clearly, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let them take this opportunity, firstly, to say thank you to you, Speaker, and our Chief Whip, Councillor Zana, who made me a speaker in this item. Firstly, I concur with the speaker who was speaking last, Councillor Mbandana, in everything that he have said. And my concern, when you talk about IDP, it was a disgrace last year in the last IDP, especially in the whole Koga or in KwaNomzamo. When I saw that there was no community member that entered the IDP, and it was a big disgrace. And another concern that I have, this IDP, we talk about 2026, 2027. And it is now we are ending in the 5-year term. It's always talk about IDP, but nothing is happening in our black communities. There are people who are staying, especially there was a roadshow that was done by the mayor in 2023 in this area of KwaNomzamo, especially in PS, Pola Park, who are staying in the bad situation. It's now the long time. Now we are talking about IDP. What's the use of this IDP, but there's no action that is happening? That is my concern, and it's our concern as the ANC component of the caucus. So we need that every time when you talk about IDP, there must be an action, but there's no action that is happening. There are people, I speak again, and I repeat it again, illegal informal settlement, PS. They are staying in a bad situation. Raining time, they are crying. But there is a land that was bought by our province, but nothing is happening. Go to Valdam at the PS Mayor. That place is very new place, but how beautiful is it? Are we sabotaging us as a KwaNomzamo of a black community residents? That is my concern. So let's try to have a right IDP. I'm very happy that the previous mayor of the DA, who is not a mayor, the former mayor now, he was not scared to go to our black communities to represent the IDPs, coming with his staff, his officials. But the mayor, Councillor Hutton, was so scared to come to our communities to represent this IDP. That's all that I am very concerned on that. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, and you timed it perfectly. That's the end of my speakers list. MM, I don't know if you want to comment on some of the comments that was made by the councillors.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. This is a draft IDP. Any comments can then be forwarded still to my office or for the attention of the IDP or for myself, and we will be working through those comments then on the draft IDP that is being presented to Council today. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, MM. Councillor Peterson, do you have a question on clarity?
Yes, Speaker. Yes, I do have a question of clarity with regard to something that was said. The Honorable Mayor said that now they are going to implement the budget all over Koga. My only question is, what made them realize now on the eve of elections that the budget has to go to all over Koga when we've been fighting the whole of my term of office for the budget to be used in our areas
Councillor,
also?
Councillor, please hold. I've got a point of order. Thank you. Councillor Roof, your point of order. I do apologize. It was Honourable Mayor, you had a point of order.
Speaker, I don't know how Councillor Peterson is allowed to speak. I didn't even speak on this item. I don't know how he is allowed to speak. On what point is he speaking? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peters, this is the end of mine. Are there any objections on this item?
Speak.
Councillor Oliphant, do you have an objection on this item?
No, Speaker, you actually acknowledged my hand on the points of clarity. And now you have been driven sort of to get, sorry, to be, you have been defocused, in fact, in a way, let me say so. But you recognized my hand on points of clarity, Speaker. Can I continue?
You're absolutely right, Councillor, because your hand disappeared, so I assumed you didn't have any other clarity questions. You may ask your question of clarity on the questions
Thank
that
you
was
very much.
asked, and then what the remarks of the MM was that he would like specifics. Then they can comment on it. Thank you, Councillor.
No, it's fine, Speaker. Firstly, Speaker, don't you think in order to have a effective IDP that the public meetings should be actually well advertised on time and make sure if an area perhaps is too big, that area is actually cut into units or segments so that it can be effective. That is number one. Number two, Speaker, don't you think that we can have an effective IDP if we apply a specific monitoring tool only on IDP? Whether it's internal funding, whether it's grant funding, but its implementation to be properly monitored. And lastly, Speaker, can I make a humble advice, Speaker, that for as long as you have our 70th ward councillor or 31st councillor in Koga by the name of
Councillor Oliphant, these
No,
were
no,
not clarity questions, and your time is up.
no,
But
it's an advice, it's an advice, Speaker, in order to improve our effectiveness on the IDP. For as long as we have the
Councillor,
70
can I
ward
quickly
councillor,
finish? Councillor, I welcome your recommendations, but I rather refer them that you put them on email and we stick to the agenda points and to the clarity questions. I do agree you've got good points, but please email them to our office and we'll get them to the administration. Thank you, everybody. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, we do object as the African National Congress to this IDP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Administration, we'll have to go over to a vote. Could you please prepare a poll for us? Councillor Mbadona, I'm not going to allow you at the moment. I do have from your caucus leader that you're objecting, so we are going into vote. I'm not going to take any hands at this stage. Thank you. Please, councillors, vote. Councillors, we're going to give 20 more seconds. Please vote. There's councillors that still haven't voted. Councillors, I'm just going to leave it open for another 20 seconds. Some of the councillors were kicked out, so we're just going to allow them to still vote. Okay. Thank you, councillors. I think I've given enough time. Could the administration please close the poll?
16 in favor, 9 not in favor, and 1 abstention.
Thank you. So we have 16 in favor, 9 not in favor, and 1 abstain. So this motion carried. Thank you very much, councillors. I'm moving to 12 matters dealt in terms of delegated authority by the executive mayor, and I'm moving to item number 13, reports by the portfolio committee chairpersons. 13.1, reports by the chairperson, finance, economic development. Honourable Mayor, may I give over for your portfolio item?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not sure if I was audible now, but I'd like to table the budget, and it will be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. MMC Ruth, FED 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm tabling the draft budget. It's on page 520. Speaker, as part of tabling the budget, I'd like to thank there are many people involved in getting this draft budget together, and it's been a massive undertaking, lots of work that started way before the end of last year. So if I may, thank the Mayor, the MM, and the directors and their teams. There have been various iterations. The CFO, and then in particular in Budget and Treasury Office, the Manager Shukri, Zandi, Laletu, Asipe, Nkosinati, and Luvo. Particular thanks to me. They've been working long days and nights to get us to this point. We really do all appreciate it, Speaker. And then I'd also just like to make a correction on the recommendations on page 523. 10.1.3, subpoint A, it says indicative tariffs for 27, 28, and 28, 29 will be increased as follows. The 2 columns there, the years are incorrect. So if we can change 26, 27 to 27, 28, and 27, 28 to 28, 29, which then matches as well. It can be checked against the table on page 532 in the agenda, in the appendixes. Thank you, Speaker. I table the item.
Thank you very much. Okay, I don't need a proposal or second because it's only a correction, so it's basically just a mistype. But the administration does not, that they have that, that they need to fix that dates for us. The first speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, there will always be a time delay when you are being micromanaged. So I'm not only pleading for your patience, but I'm pleading for the patience of the viewers that watches council meetings to see and experience themselves the frustration we have with an administration that believes that they are boss and you are class. But Speaker, allow me to just raise this. It's a very simple question. When one formulates a budget, it is an idea of how you envisage money to be spread and spent across the board of the jurisdiction of this Koga local municipality. It has no political narrative, so it is not indicative of only being provided for a specific constituency or a specific racial group. Now, I'm going to say this, that we as the country, we've been embarking on a process of formal recognition of the forgotten Khoi and San people. Now, this is something that has not taken any consideration within Koga municipality. I have not seen any advances being made towards efforts that will change the situation and the circumstances of the Khoi and San people. When I look at this budget, I see a prioritization of a white nation, but I don't see any
Councillor, please hold
consideration
on. I've got a point of
taken.
order.
No problem, Speaker.
Could the person that just said point of order, please stick to the item, Councillor. All the racial things, please don't slur on that. It's in our current rules as well. Please stick to the item.
Not a problem, Speaker. The reason why I'm raising this is because can anyone, including yourself, point to me exactly which page speaks to Khoi and San communities? Just one page. Show me in your budget where it says we will prioritize a marginalized community that is called the Khoi and San people. That's the only thing I'm asking.
If I have a point of order, Honourable Mayor.
Speaker, not a point of order. I just wanted to have Councillor Peterson is done. I'll gladly show him.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson, you can continue. You have 40 seconds left.
I wonder why, when I speak, there has to be numerous interruptions to dictate what I should say. This is council. We speak, we debate issues, pertinent issues of the people we lead. I lead a constituency. I was deployed because of a constituency. So I won't be muzzled by a person or a collective of persons that believe that white privilege should reign supreme in Koga. Speaker, I was only asking one small thing, a simple thing. I need to see the Khoi and San people being prioritized within
Councillor,
this
your time is
democratic
up.
dispensation.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time is up. Honourable Mayor, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to point Councillor Peterson to page 520 all the way to 528. At 828, it speaks to delivering services in every single town, regardless of who lives there. It speaks to delivering services to those who have and to those who have not, to those who are poor and to those who are rich, to those who are of all of the racial makeups that our beautiful area has to offer. It speaks to delivering services to every single person, regardless of what you call yourself, where you come from, what your language is, what your religion is. It speaks to delivering services to all people of Koga municipality. So if we say, highlight one, we need to highlight all. And therefore, we are highlighting all the residents of Koga in this budget. If we are talking about recognition of people groups, that's a whole different conversation. That is not a budget conversation, that's a recognition conversation. And therefore, we have a budget tabled here before us at the moment. And I'll gladly have that discussion around delivering services to every single person in this municipality, not just to some or to others, to every single person, regardless of where they come from. And the conversation about recognition of people groups, that's a conversation I'll gladly have with Councillor Peterson on another platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. The next speaker is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, just from where my colleague left off, my Honourable Councillor Peterson, he's a chief. And traditionally, the chiefs are the repository of the constituencies across all political lines. Definitely, his point is spot on. I don't see any defense, show evidence. And failure to do that goes to the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. We go to Chapter 10, 105. I implore Councillor Peterson in the House of Traditional Leaders to engage with the MEC so that they can be monitoring and evaluation processes that can be set up to look at Koga. Really, you are correct, Ngonyama. Really, you are correct, son of the soul, that in these 5 years, since 2022, I've been a councillor in Patensi in Ramaphosa village. There has been a deliberate action to frustrate this constituency of Patensi. And also, it creates serious tensions in the community. And
Councillor, could you hold a bit? Councillor, I have a point of order. Okay, councillors. Councillor, you can continue. It seems like the person has put their hand down. Thank you. You may continue.
And my chief, Ngonyama Peterson, speaks in then.
I do apologize, Councillor. Councillor, I do apologize. Honourable Mayor, you have a point of order.
Speaker, I'd like to know when there's not been one point on the budget of Councillor Mbandana. I'm not trying to rule your meeting, but surely we have a budget before us at the moment. There is not one single word about this budget being spoken about Councillor Mbandana in the last minute and a half that is of his 3 minutes he is allocated. So I just want to know, when is he going to get to the budget? Because that is what's before us. We can sit here for the whole day speaking about all other things in Koga. And that's where we're going if we cannot stick to the item that is before us. We are councillors. We need to read our agendas. We need to speak to this agenda to the point that is actually before us at the moment, which is the budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Referring to relevance, Councillor, could you please continue, Honourable? Councillors, I'm not going to take point of orders. I have ruled at the moment, so I'm going to give the council opportunity to ask questions on the relevant item. Thank you. Councillor Mbandana, you may carry on. You still have 1 minute and 40 seconds. Councillor, we have unmuted you. You must just unmute yourself, then you can carry on.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Speaker. You go to 107 in terms of the Municipal Systems Act, in terms of furnishing of information. my honorable councillor Peterson was saying, furnish just information for the previously. Honorable Speaker, let us tell you the secrets of the then Dutch community that killed our people and the colonizers. They were shooting the coins for trophies in Cape Town. There's history in the University of Cape Town.
Councillor, you bit out of order. We still have rules in place. I know we're going to vote other rules in, but you cannot speak like that in council. Please respect all members in council and refer away from racial words like that. Could you please continue on the item?
Thank you. I still remember that when I put a racial reservation on my name, I'm African, I'm black. I've never said I'm a Kafriki now in this meeting. But let me say, as the ANC, we won't allow ourselves also to be treated as Kafrikis. But the point is, we are not in support of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My next speaker on this item is Councillor Nizalani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, there's not much that I can talk about this budget because it's a real concern because it doesn't help us in our black community. So I'm in support what the Councillor Mbandana is saying. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. This is the end of my speakers list, and there weren't real questions actually asked at the moment. Councillor Zana, is this a Chief Whip question or something else?
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Nzalani was not a speaker on this item. In fact, I was the speaker. I don't know how you got that mixed up, but just check your notes. I'm a speaker on this one.
Okay, Councillor, I'm going to allow you to speak, and I'll check my notes while you're speaking. Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think mine will not be much, Madam Speaker, on this one, on this 3 minutes, but perhaps to say that I see there are hands that are up, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if it's points of orders or what. I'm intimidated
Councillor, I'm
by
not
those
going
hands.
to, they're not speaker, and I did check my
Okay.
notes. You're correct. You are the speaker. It was the previous item. I was just jumping back to
Thank
the
you,
other
thank you,
item.
Madam Speaker.
You may
Madam Speaker,
continue.
but
Thank you.
I think one of the key fundamental things that we want to raise as the ANC caucus on this one, it will be highly hypocritical of us as the African National Congress, because remember, the IDP that was presented here to us, that was noted, in fact, that we did not support as the African National Congress, it cannot be, therefore, that we did not support the IDP, and yet we are found supporting the budget that speaks to the implementation or the funding of those projects that were raised. One of the key things I think that was missed in one of the discussions on our IDP is, Madam Speaker, that we've always maintained, and I know the mayor has referred to from page 506 to page 800, where it speaks on addressing issues of our communities. It will be good for us to get a scientific analysis of IDP priorities that were funded by this very same budget, and that be presented to our communities that in your ward, in terms of your IDP priorities that you've raised, this is what we did in terms of that, this is what we committed to, and this is what we have done as council. So I just wanted to raise that. It's on those bases that we say that we do not support on this term. And we've called long from the start of this term, Madam Speaker, that our budget will be very good to see that it's what based it's able to speak to any person that is on the streets and communities of us. But I want to take perhaps our attention, please, Speaker, with time allowing, to page 563, asking a question, Madam Speaker. I see that there's a small amount that is allocated for sports facilities development over this 3-year term, and I'm very worried about that. That it's the only amount that is there, but I think there's a certain percentage that is allowed. Maybe the CFO will be able to clarify that when there are capital projects happening in our communities, how much of a percentage of those monies are taken to, I'll say, to projects like CSI or sports development on infrastructure, because I'm very worried with us not having even a 5,000-seater stadium, while We have so many rugby teams that are doing well, and people from our communities are doing well, and we are budgeting that amount for the next 3 years. And on page 564, there's no data. I want to know in terms of that, how many people, why is there no data information on that one? On page, the following page 565, I just want to get clarity. I see that when it's, I'm speaking to the issue of equitable share, I just want to get a clarity in terms of how many individuals or households are currently on our equitable share, and ensure that we get more people on these free basic services that they are getting. I think that's all and about, but maybe on page 606, Madam Speaker, it will be my last question. I see there's no provisions. I know that taxi ranks here in Koga, I know that there was a discussion by the DA that they proposed to have a bus, public transport. I don't know what happened to that. It fell through the cracks, but I see there's no budget allocated for taxi ranks. The human stop taxi rank, if you were to go inside and see the potholes that are there, I'm not sure whose responsibility it is, but I just want to check, why is there nothing in terms
Time,
of taxi ranks in
Councillor.
our area, any budget allocated for them in issues of maintenance for their infrastructure, because it becomes a public nuisance to see the potholes in these public transport areas. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for asking and showing everybody what questions look like. I'm not going to take those other hands. I'm first going to ask the CFO for clarity on the 4 questions, and then I'll allow the other 3 hands for questions of clarity. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. So the first question on 564 is talking about operational funding, and that's linked to sports specifically. Let me just go to that page. The one that Councillor Zana pointed out to. From a MIG allocation, which talks to capital projects, we allowed a 5% that is linked to sports. And I do know in the current year, there's much more. I think the budget is, I think, just over 5 million, which is closer to around 20% that's allocated currently towards sports. So in the outer year, I know there is more budget allocated to sports, but from a MIG perspective, you're allowed a 5%. Then on page 606 that the councillor is mentioning, I think we mustn't only look at the one line. If we go to the previous page of 605, you'll see that falls under road transport. So there is a major budget that has been allocated for roads, and I don't think we budget specifically to the taxi ranks, but the director can obviously of civils and water can come in and say, as part of their plans and with the roads budget that has been allocated, whether any of the roads around taxi ranks has been accommodated, because I do know they're not going to isolate a specific area and not accommodate it within their plans. But from a budget perspective, there's no capital budget that has been specifically allocated to taxi ranks, but that could be incorporated within the roads and your stormwater planning. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor, questions of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. I think I just wanted to mention 2 things that I think is important. I think Councillor Zana was absolutely correct in noticing the taxi ranks. I think that is something that we're actively working on with the taxi associations. I had a meeting with HTA not too long ago where we are busy with giving sort of contracts to them to maintain the basics in terms of the taxi rank, but in terms of driving surface, I think that is something that we shouldn't hand to them. That's something that we should do ourselves. But however, that would not fall in a specific line item in the budget. That would be under general maintenance of road surfacing. So it won't necessarily be a line item in the budget, but I think that's duly noted, and I think something that we desperately should look at. So I just wanted to say that as thanks to Councillor Zana for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Oliphant, a question of clarity. Councillor Oliphant, you may ask a question of clarity.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Councillor.
Your officials are delaying us with this thing, Speaker. Please talk to them. I am pleading with you. I'm pleading with you, talk to your officials. If they want to be politicians, tell them to be politicians.
Councillor,
Speaker,
you may proceed.
I wanted to make a request that my chief whip, in fact, through my chief whip, that he request, in fact, a caucus, please, Speaker.
Thank you. I'm just going to give all the speakers opportunity and then I will let your chief whip speak. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity. Councillor, I see you were unmuted and then you muted yourself again. You may proceed. Councillor Peterson.
Speaker, you see, your challenge is, and I've said this before, I'm sounding like a broken record. Your
Councillor, please
administrators
stick to the
wants to,
item.
no. Your
please stick to the
administrators
item.
wants to unmute us when they
Councillor?
feel they want to unmute us. We are
Councillor?
not children to be
You were
micromanaged,
unmuted.
Speaker.
Councillor, I'm going to mute you if you don't stick to the item. Please ask your question of clarity.
Yes, I'm just saying the frustration with wanting to unmute because they will unmute
Councillor?
for you. That is the problem. They must just wait. Let us do our business. We are
Councillor?
paid to be here.
Please
No, Speaker,
continue.
we are not.
Councillor, I'm going to mute you because you do not want to adhere to the rules of council. I've asked you to get to the question of clarity and you refuse to do that. I'm moving to the next councillor. Councillor Nzalani, your question of clarity.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, my question of clarity, when you talk about this budget, we have a Kwanumzamo Vergenoeg Hall that is demolished and was vandalized and demolished. Is there any budget for this hall? Because this area of Vergenoeg area is going very bigger and bigger. And when there is meetings, public meetings, we must go to Kwanumzamo Hall. Is there any budget for this demolished hall there near in Vergenoeg? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Councillor van der Lustende, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I didn't hear answer on Councillor Zana's question on page 564 that there's no amounts in that on that page there. If the CFO can just help us there, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for that one. CFO, I'm going to give you back for those two clarity questions on Vergenoeg and page 564 with the missing data. Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so this one is household service targets, which we will populate, and what we normally do, we populate that into the final budget. For the draft, we're still consolidating, obviously, in terms of the SDBIP and all that, in terms of targets, and then we consolidated with the relevant departments and we incorporated thereafter. So this one specifically says basic service delivery measurements, which talk to the different targets. So we have to meet internally with all the different departments and basically break down the budget to say, okay, how does these targets fit into all these different components when it comes to that. So if we understand the budget process, it's about initially IDP consolidating the budget, and then SDBIP finalization happens once the draft is approved, and that's part of this one. Thanks, Speaker. Then the question on whether there's funding for the wall. From a capital budget perspective, there's no funding. From a maintenance, the Department of Community Services does budget from a maintenance perspective. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zana, there was a request from one of the ANC members for a caucus. I just would like to hear if you guys made a decision. Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, we have made that decision. Thank you.
Will a 5-minute be sufficient? Okay, thank you, administration.
Yes.
Could we do the breakouts for the different caucuses? 5 minutes. Thank you, councillors.
Agent.
Welcome, councillors back. Councillor Zano.
Where am I now? Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, I'm going to just ask us to proceed with the council. I almost said plenary now. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not report back, rather to council on our caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You guys have indicated that there's objections on this budget, so I would like the administration to prepare a poll so we can vote for this. Thank you, councillors. We just give the administration a second so we can vote for this budget, draft budget. Thank you, councillors. Please vote. Councillors, please vote. Councillors, it seems like a couple of councillors are battling to vote. I'm going to ask the administration to stop the voting so we can clear it and just give everybody opportunity. It seems like some of the councillors were still not back from our caucus. So administration, could we end this poll and do a new one, please? Councillors, we're going to reload the voting. Please, it's up on our screens. Please vote. Councillors, we're going to give 20 more seconds to vote. Could the councillors that's battling voting please write in the text box, please? Councillor Oliphant, we're busy voting. I cannot allow you at this stage. If you have problems to vote, please write in the text box for me. Thank you, councillors. Administration can close the voting. I just want, I had the indication that Councillor Alexander couldn't battled with his device. He did write in it. Councillor Ann Bandana against. Yes, I'm ready for the numbers.
In terms of the poll, it's in favour 16.
Yes.
Not in favour 9 and 1 abstention.
Okay, councillors, so with the 2 councillors that indicated in the box, we have 16 in favour, 9 not in favour, and 1 abstain. Well done, councillors. The draft budget carries. Mayor, back to you for item number 13.2, reports by the chairperson, electromechanical services. Yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to table the item for electromechanical services, and it will be handled by Councillor Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Alexander.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I would like to table item. Sorry, just take this echo. I would like to table item 2603. EMS 1, consideration of electricity tariffs for the period 1st July 2026 to 30 June 2027. Introduction is there, and then the purpose of this report is to inform Council of the approval process of the electricity tariffs for 26-27 financial year and the tariffs determination letter by the NERSA, as informed by NERSA in the communication attached and marked Annex B. The further purpose of this item is to obtain Council's approval for the submission of tariff increase applications to be submitted to NERSA, and then the recommendations are on page, let me just scroll down quickly. On page 27, 10.1, did the communication from NERSA be noted? 10.2, that council confirms the implementation of the public participation process where the tariff increase proposal was advertised for public comment and or objections. 10.3, that council authorized the accounting officer to sign the tariff application to National Energy Regulator of South Africa on behalf of the Koga municipality. That Koga approves the electricity tariff application so that it can be submitted to NERSA as per next text. I table this item for council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. My first speaker on the item is Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me just get to the correct page. Apologies. Speaker, I think I just wanted to say that this is an ever-increasing problem. The fact that Eskom and NERSA raises tariffs and electricity getting so high that we continue to struggle with, our residents continue to struggle with the cost of living already, and yet there's no regard for that when they decide to raise electricity prices. Speaker, it's therefore urgent and critical that we as a municipality take ownership of our electricity and that we make everything that we can possibly do from a budget point of view and from a prioritizing of our budget to make sure that we enable ourselves to lower electricity prices to our residents. At this stage, it's obviously difficult. We have taken a huge first step in making budget available for a battery energy storage facility that we've just purchased. That will be launched very soon, within the next few months, and we need to continue with this drive to enlarge our own energy footprint and to be less reliant on Eskom, so that we are not forced through NERSA to increase our electricity with much higher percentages than our residents can afford. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. The next speaker on the item is Councillor Zona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps mine will not be much on the items to note it, and perhaps allow the public participation process to go forward. But then I'll just want to ask perhaps one question. And I know that our electricity in Camtus Valley, I'm not sure if Thornhill is included, but going right up until Patensi or the furthest area, which is Cambria, we are under Eskom. And I would like to know, in terms of this NERSA percentage that they are proposing, that is be increased, I want to check how is the person in Henke affected by this in terms of the increase in the municipality. Remember that the municipality buys from Eskom and then sells then to the consumers or the residents. But I just want to check in terms of us in GV, how is this percentage affecting us, or this item speaking to us as residents from this side of the Camtus Valley, since our electricity is not, for the lack of a better word, administered by the municipality rather. So I just wanted to ask that clarity. Thank you very much. And also hoping perhaps the mayor has spoken to the issue of batteries, that will maybe cushion us in future, and how will Camtus Valley then be benefiting out of the best battery storage when we have solar energy that we are looking to having in Koga. Thank you. I think it's only two questions I wanted to ask, Madam Speaker, but noting the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Director Medad, may I direct the question to you on the tariffs regarding Henke and those areas?
Good morning, Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. just to respond on the question from Councillor Zana, NERSA proposed two tariffs. One is for consumers directly under Eskom. There is your Gemtus area and municipalities, which will be 8.76%. So those residents staying in the GV or being fed via Eskom, their tariff will increase by 8.76. Then municipalities was granted 9.01% by NERSA. Why it is a little bit higher, that municipalities can implement a certain point percentage higher than NERSA is because of the administrative costs and other costs municipalities have in order to distribute the electricity services, and also a margin of profit on those sales. But in short, it will affect Gemtus with 8.7% at this stage. Our application will go into NERSA, and we were basically restricted on NERSA by NERSA, and our increase is going for 9.01, and the item was advertised for public participation for comments from the community. Thanks, Speaker. I think I responded to that question.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, you have a question of clarity on the question that was asked. Thank you.
Indeed, Speaker. The Director with that indicated the different figures of increase between Eskom and the municipality itself. I have a very stupid, simple question that would just need a yes or no. Does this mean that Eskom charges cheaper than Koga municipality when they supply directly? That is the only question. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zana, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is on the issue of the battery storage. That was the second component of my question, wanting to check how will the Gamdus Valley area, which is not serviced by the municipality electrical-wise, benefit out of that battery storage, or is that battery storage facility only going to be focusing on the coastal side of our region? That's the only question I wanted to ask. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. No, not clarity, just on the battery storage. Just battery storage, the first one that we're rolling out will only be a pilot. If that does work, we will be rolling out to other areas, and most definitely seeing how we can roll out similar initiatives in the Gamtus Valley, because we know that we are not the administrators of the electricity in the Gamtus Valley, yet we want to also make have our residents in the Gamtus Valley have similar benefits to those areas where we are administrating the electricity. So, but that is still a process that we're getting strategies around, whether we install solar or whether we install what other options there is for us to be able to make electricity as cheap as possible. So there's various options, but we haven't. That's a bit too early to say that, to have a positive answer on that at this stage.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Gludlu, your question of clarity.
Thank you. Yeah, I managed to come in. Speaker, I was obviously to appreciate the mayor on the battery storage system, which is quite a significant improvement. Just a question of clarity to the mayor. I know that Koga municipality has been lobbying for years to not only obviously store power, but to also generate by use of our own separate agreement with wind turbine farms so that we could generate our own. Has talks been progressive, Mayor? Because I know it would have been a brilliant incentive, also factoring on knowing that nuclear power, whatever form it is 10, 15 years from now. So our own generating
Councillor, can I stop you
initiatives.
there? It's not part of the discussion. You're welcome to ask him offline on those discussions, but that's not part of a clarity question. Thank you. Councillor Peterson, I'm not going to give you opportunity again. You had already a question of clarity. So we've taken Councillor van der Linde, your question of clarity before I give back to Director Medad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just want to find out this battery. I know Director Madat did explain to us in portfolio a long time ago, but I would just want to make sure that battery is going to be charged still with normal power, Eskom power or from Koga. It's not a solar plant. It's been charged. The batteries is being charged on the normal power lines. So we're only going to use that batteries actually in peak time. I'm correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Director Medad, if you can give clarity on the question on the pricing again, and then just on the battery, because it seems like people are a bit confused how it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, yes, Eskom's cost is a little lower, but that is been driven by NERSA. NERSA make the call and allow municipalities to have that small percentage higher than Eskom to increase in their areas of distribution. That is on the tariffs. Then on the battery, let me just also add on to what the Mayor explained, and let me just give a little bit of background also as to why we chose St. Francis Bay to have this battery. After COVID, the increase in the demand has almost doubled within St. Francis Bay, which prompted us to increase the capacity with Eskom. So the quotation received was in the vicinity of almost 10 million rand to increase the capacity with 2 MVA in St. Francis Bay. That's for us not to receive penalties whenever we exceed our demand within that area. So we decided, instead of paying this 10 million rand and still do the infrastructure upgrades, let's rather opt for this battery, see what the battery does, and if the results from this battery is a huge benefit to Koga, where there's savings that we experience, then we will obviously come to the table again and we will look at the future of batteries within Koga. So this is a R&D, we can say, a research and development project for Koga, and it will determine where we're going with this battery. Also, the cost of charging this battery, so we will discharge the battery during peak hours, where we pay Eskom about 7 rand per unit, where we only sell the units at an average of 2.40 rand to our consumers. One can already see what the difference is in cost for the municipality. And we will charge this battery from the off-peak period, where it's substantially lower. It can be seen on the agenda on page, let me just see the page 54 on the agenda. There is a comparison with the previous year's tariffs with the current year's tariffs, and all the cost is there for your peak season cost compared to your off-peak season cost. So it's much lower to consume electricity during off-peak than to peak. So we will discharge it during peak and charge it during off peak. There's not much space in St. Francis Bay to do solar, and that's why we opt for this option in that area. I think I've covered most of the questions. If there's any other, you can just indicate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Oliphant, do you have a question on clarity on what the Director just gave us more clarity on? Thank you. Councillor Oliphant, you're welcome to ask your clarity question on what Director Medad just informed us on.
Hi, Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Councillor, we have unmuted you. There we go. We can see you are unmuted. You're welcome to speak.
Oh, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I needed clarity because I am not convinced on savings on the battery factor. The following are my reasons to say so. One, you'll be paying R7 to recharge the battery. I'm sure maybe per unit. And how many units will it take for the battery to fill up? That is point number one. So the second point is the lifespan of the battery. What is the lifespan in total circulation, so to speak? Is it 3 years, 4 years? Will that not compel us to go and buy again new battery or batteries? Lastly, Speaker, what is the total cost? I might not have the agenda in front of me now. What is the total cost on the purchase price of the battery itself? So I need to be convinced, Speaker, because at the end of the day, still, we remain a customer of Eskom because we'll be directly purchasing
Councillor
to
Oliphant, your
upload
time is
that battery.
over. Councillor, your time is over. Councillor, this item battery was introduced through different speakers and it's not in this document. So I'm going to ask Director Medad, could you kindly maybe send all the councillors the item that was dealing with all the specs and all the detail and all of it, because it's not at hand with us. So could I please ask you to do that maybe for the councillors so we can just refresh their memories on where we are with that item. Thank you. We also have portfolio items that's also coming up in the next few days. Councillors, thank you for all your questions. As much as we don't like all these increases, are there any objections that this consideration of electric tariffs go out and be approved by council? Councillor Peterson, do you have an objection?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Speaker, I always use this example that for someone who has a rand, 100 rand is a lot. And for someone who has 100,000, 100 rand is nothing. I will always, as long as I live, I will always object to anything that will bring more burden to the poorest of the poor.
Thank you,
Anything,
Councillor.
regardless
Noted.
of whether it's with the local
Thank
municipality
you,
or national
Councillor.
government.
Thank you, Councillor. The question was
All right.
objections, not to zealous.
I definitely object, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Administration, due to that we have an objection, could we please prepare a poll so we can vote on this? Thank you. Councillors, please vote. The poll is in front of you. Councillors, I'm going to give another 20 seconds. Please let us know in the chat box if you're battling. Thank you, councillors. It seems like every has voted. Administration, please close the poll.
16 in favor, 8 not in favor, and 1 abstention.
Thank you, administration. We have 16 councillors in favor, 8 not in favor, and 1 abstain. Thank you, councillors. This motion carries. We're moving from the supplementary agenda to the normal, nice, thick agenda. I'm going to give you about 20 seconds just to get your other agenda open. So I repeat myself, it's the ordinary council meeting and it's the open agenda. And we're going to start on page 7, number 12. Thank you, councillors. I have dealt with the first 10 items in the supplementary. So we move to item number 11, minutes of the previous mayoral committee meeting. We didn't have one. Then I'm going to move to item number 12, confirmation of minutes of the previous council minutes. It's 12.1 from page 7 to page 21. Any comments, corrections, proposals, seconders? Councillor van Niekerk.
I propose that we accept the minutes, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Gertenbach.
I propose that we second the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. These minutes carry. Then I'm going to move to item number 13, reports of committees of council. Report back Sarah Botman District Municipality. We haven't had a recent report yet, hopefully with the next one. 13.2, Coga Audit Committee. We don't have one in this agenda. Then I'm going to move to 13.3, Rules and Ethics Committee. And I'm going to give over to Councillor van der Linde. Administration, we have to put Councillor Oliphant in a waiting room for this item. Thank you. Councillor van der Linde, Councillor Oliphant is in the waiting room. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was struggling with the mute button again. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are on page 24. Disciplinary inquiry are held by Rules and Ethics for Councillor Oliphant. And your resolutions is on page 28, I think. Let me just scroll down. Yeah. So the resolutions is there on page 27, and I table this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. The first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Perhaps maybe it's a known fact that we are not going to be in support as the African National Congress on this one, of this item, Madam Speaker, because if one perhaps were to go to the recommendations, Madam Speaker, that Councillor Oliphant is found guilty on 3 charges, on all charges, and these charges emanates from a meeting that was held not by the municipality, not an internal meeting, but a meeting that represented a different body. And it cannot be then that Councillor Oliphant, because of just raising that this is not a Coega municipal meeting that has been where in the MDP meeting where he raised such that why is there an over population of Coega banners in that community hall, and then he's found guilty. For that matter, he was wearing an ANC t-shirt. He was there on the grounds of being an ANC deployee in that particular meeting, Madam Speaker. So it's unfounded that he be found guilty by the rules and ethics, and it's unfortunate that he'll be charged for 1 offense and then it's made up to be 3 offenses. And then I want to go, Madam Speaker, to an important thing that I want to raise raise with council today. It cannot be when Councillor Oliphant's appeals that automatically it then means the Coega municipality must continue with, for example, the recommendation 10.3, that in respect of charge 1 to 3, the deductions will be implemented and processed over 3 months from April to June 2026. There, I'm quite certainly sure that Councillor Oliphant will appeal this, and it means then the sanction cannot continue while there's an appeal. That's a rule of law. And as council, we really cannot implement when there's an appeal that the office of the speaker will be receiving, including because the appealing body here is the MEC. Now, it cannot be that Coega will continue, Madam Speaker, to implement the sanction while there is an appeal. I'm appealing to council not to continue with that, because I know there's monies that must be paid back to Councillor Oliphant precisely because of the decision that was taken by a wrong decision to deduct money while the MEC has not responded. So I'm appealing to that council not to venture into such. Let's wait for the appeal to be settled and then take it from there. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I must reiterate that we are not in support, Madam Speaker, of the item.
Thank you, Councillor
Frivolous
Zona.
charges. Thank you.
Councillor Mbandano, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure Councillor Zana illustrated our basis in terms of the principles that we are following. In terms of the principles of justice, rationality, and fairness, we are of the view as the African National Congress that these actions that are taken by the Council are punitive actions. And we've been actually raising this consistently and continuously so. So definitely what he actually brought forward as a proposition, we are in support. Yeah, we are being actually challenged in terms of being muted and silenced as councillors of the ANC when we want to raise issues robustly. But now we are standing firm behind all those councillors and also their appeals. So we are also of the view that deductions will not continue whilst they've lodged their appeals both in council and the MEC. I thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Indicating that Councillor Zona that people are not in favor of this item. Honourable Mayor, are you in favor or not favor? Because we have to go to a vote on this one.
Apologies, Speaker. I will withdraw my hand. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I'm not going to take more hands because it seems like that we already have people against this. So we are actually going to vote on this one. And councillors are reminded that we are bound by rules, by the code of conduct of council, and there are internal processes. So the administration are also held to those processes. Administration, could we please go to a vote on this item? Thank you, councillors. The poll has come up. Please vote. Councillors, please vote. I'm not going to take hands at this stage. And I have dealt with all the speakers. Councillors, we're going to close the poll soon. Please vote if you haven't voted yet. Administration, please close the vote. Voting. Yes, I'm ready for you.
In favour 16, not in favour 7, and 0 abstentions.
So we have 16 councillors in favour, 7 not in favour, and 0 abstain for this item to move forward with the processes. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Peterson, I'm not going to acknowledge you. You weren't a speaker on the item, and I'm going to move to item number 13.4, Municipal Public Accounts Committee, Impact 1, and I'm going to give over to Councillor van die Kerk. It seems like Councillor van die Kerk has lost his signal. Will you be able to table Impact 1?
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby table the impact report. I haven't got the page in front of me here. Speaker, give the page number there quickly.
It is on page 30, but it seems like Councillor van die Kerk is back in the meeting. We can give her opportunity to present the item.
Sorry, Speaker, I don't know what happened now. I was completely kicked out of the meeting. Speaker, I would like to present the impact item as it reflects on the agenda. It is Impact 1, item 13.4, and it's from page 30 to 39, and with the recommendation on page 31. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor van die Kerk. I don't have any speakers on this item, and this item is only for noting, so then I can carry on to 13.5. Councillor van der Linde, I cannot take questions at this stage. I'm not sure. Councillor van der Linde, were you a speaker on this item? I don't have you on my list.
Madam Speaker, I am a speaker on that list. It's my first one on my speakers list.
Councillor, you can carry on. I will check with my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, in portfolio, I did bring it under the attention of the portfolio. There was a council resolution taken about 3 months ago that Impact must go and visit all sites. And as yet we did not visit the site. The administration did indicated that we will fast track that and that we will go and visit all sites in April. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor van der Linde. I'm going to give over to Councillor, before I give to Mr. Peterson, I don't have you on my speakers list, so I'm going to take down your hand. You're not a speaker on this item. Just back, and I just want to confirm, thank you, Councillor van der Linde, you are on the speakers list.
Speaker, are you breaking up a bit? Can you just repeat from Councillor van der Linde's request for visits? Those are being arranged at the moment.
Yes, he was requesting on-site visits.
Yes, those are the site visits that I'm speaking about. Dates have been forwarded, and but they won't be able to do that in one day. It's going to take about multiple days to visit all the sites, but that is currently being arranged.
Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, I'm really not going to acknowledge you until you speak on the item. Councillor van der Linde, was that clarity on your thing?
Say again, sorry, Speaker.
I just would like to know, was that the correct answer that you were looking for, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Peterson, what is your question of clarity?
It is quite sad, Speaker, that you notice my hand. You even acknowledge noticing my hand. You allow Councillor van der Linde's hand to take preference over my black hand. Because I raised my hand a long time ago, and every time you dismiss my hand, but I'm allowed in terms of your own standing rule.
Councillor,
I'm
please
allowed
get
to
to
ask
your
a question of clarity. No, Speaker, your modus operandi is too clear that it is.
Councillor, are you going to waste your time on being busy with things that's not correct? Please ask your question of clarity that was asked by Councillor van der Linde and answered by the MM.
I'm going to waste it because it's a procedural thing. You are making us victim to a stern iron fist of our control. No, it is not right.
Councillor, I'm going to mute you. You clearly don't have an answer. I did indicate to you that you were not a speaker, and while I was checking Councillor van der Linde, that he indeed is a councillor that's on the speakers list. You weren't on the speakers list, and I did give you opportunity to ask a clarity question, which you said you're not going to ask. So I'm going to move on this item. This item is for noting. Thank you, councillors. I'm going to move to item number 13.5, municipal bylaws and policies, and I'm going to give over to Councillor Haystack. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We're on municipal bylaws and policies, and today we've got 3 bylaws and 1 policy. The first one is PB1, and it is from page 41 till 85, and the recommendation is on page 43. I tabled this bylaw. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mayor, you're the first speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly, Honourable Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to just propose one small change as far as language is concerned. 25.1 and 2. Allow me just to get there very quickly. Speaker, it's been a accepted norm in council for, well, since its inception in 2000, that English is the mode of communication, and it's been accepted by this council as well. I'd like to therefore just amend one small change in 25.1, where it speaks to a member. No, this is the wrong 1 year. Let me just get, I can't get the right number here now, but it should state that a member who speaks at the meeting must address the chairperson and may do so in English. That's, I think, full stop. I think the rest of the sentence there is unnecessary. Then the next line deals with vulgar language. And the last sentence there reads, the use of vulgar language refers to words or expressions that are considered offensive, insulting, rude, or incident. It often includes swear words, curse words, racial remarks, or other. Full stop. I propose that we remove the taboo language as English being the language of council. I think that's already covered in the previous one. So I think full stop after or other. And then we remove the rest. Further to that, I'm covered. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peterson, is that a seconder hand?
It's impossible to speak when you are muted, Speaker. It's becoming a joke, administration. It's becoming a joke, and I'm serious when I say so. But Speaker, I wanted to ask something earlier on, and I was denied to ask the question.
Councillor,
It's called
you're not
rules.
Councillor,
It's
you're not a
called
speaker
rules
on this.
and ethics committee. No, I'm speaking on what I wanted to speak when you
No,
muzzled me,
Councillor,
when you muted me.
Councillor, I'm
It
going
is
to mute you.
rules
You're
and
not a
ethics.
speaker, and I
Where's
ask
the ethics?
for
Where's
second.
the ethics of the Democratic Alliance? Where's the ethics
Could I
in
please
that rule?
mute Councillor Peterson, please? Councillor Dudlu, are you a seconder for this proposal?
Yes, Speaker, I wish to second the proposal as amended by the Honourable Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I also just would like the administration, because they're looking for where the administration, it's the language and the vulgar language referring to. Thank you. They are nodding that they have it. Councillor Willifant, I'm first going to give the other speakers on my list opportunity to speak, and then I'll take clarity questions after that. The next speaker on my item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Chair, as the African National Congress components, we find these rules are very seriously hamstringing proper debates in the parliament, that is the lowest legislature in terms of the three arms of government. And also it confines any proper democratic processes that are allowed both in provincial and national government. Definitely, we are actually saying that we are also going to challenge some of the constitutional aspects of it. A practical example is the question of language. The Bill of Rights is enshrined in the Constitution, which allows 11 official languages to be used in South Africa. That is non-derogatory right that cannot be allowed at Gouga to be minimized and actually minusculed. Definitely, we are of the view that we are going to seek legal opinion in terms of these rules of order and not in support of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Honourable Mayor, I was just indicated by the administration, the referral is actually on page 74, number 38. Is that correct? It's both. It's apparently number 25 and on Rule 38.
Yes, Speaker, that's correct. It's on two places in the agenda. It's 38, 39, and then 25.1 and 25.2 on the committee meetings. I do just want us to perhaps change the heading so that it's both of those sections or paragraphs are under the section of language. Then it makes it easier for practicality's sake. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor, for that clarity. I'm going to move to the next speaker, Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps I would like to take our attention to the issue of virtual meetings, Madam Speaker. I'm on page 53. It says there on virtual meetings, I think the first paragraph, 3.3.1, this rule will only be applicable in the event that a meeting must take place remotely for a reason or reasons determined by the speaker. So my issue is just here, Speaker. I think as Koga municipality, we've been having virtual meetings since the outbreak of COVID, and we have never had physical meetings thereafter. Is it possible, because it's not, let me not use the word possible, but I just want to check, Madam Speaker, when we want to know as the African National Congress reasons for us not having physical meetings, because I think sometimes our meetings virtually these days are very lengthy. And can we perhaps be given reasons in terms of this particular rule, that why are we having these virtual meetings and it's so difficult to manage? We spent lots of hours in these virtual meetings, and I think we need to get reasons from the speaker in terms of this particular rule. And then I want to go to page 54, Madam Speaker, on the issue of voting. It says here on 3.3.12, councillors must ensure that their votes are correctly recorded. Now, virtually, I don't know how then can one ensure that this happens, because we have an issue that people even today could not really know that whether they voted or not, or see that they voted. So I really want us to look into this particular rule. Then my very last one, Madam Speaker, I think it's on page 66. I think it's the notice of meetings that we are given. No, this one speaks the prevalence. Relevance rather, but I wanted, there's a 7-day notice that I wanted to speak to. I think it's on page 55. Sorry, I don't get it now on my notes, but I wanted to check. Sometimes when we write written questions, it must be 10 days before or 12 days before the meeting, the council meeting. Now I know for a fact that weekends are not counted in as official days, but then the meeting, the notice for meeting, when it comes to us as the municipality, I think we for now, last week Wednesday, we've been given, it's almost 2,000 pages that we had councillors who prayed about it, but weekends are also counted in as part of the 7 days. I just wanted that clarity. Why is that differentiating when I submit written questions to the office of the speaker, that it's 12 days or 10 days if I'm correct, but weekends are not counted in. But when it's council meeting, having a voluminous agenda like the one of today, we are given 7 days, yet we are expected over the weekends that we must also perhaps be reading this voluminous agenda. I just wanted to check, are those weekend days counted as official days or not? Those are the only things, Madam Speaker, I wanted to raise here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I think this is the end of my speakers. Some of the things I'm going to ask Ms. Opperman to answer on the legalities on the voting and all of those type of things.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding the legality of the voting and the recording of the voting, doing it virtual, we have recording and electronic recordings of all the voting and outcomes of the voting available should that be questioned. So I do not foresee any problems legally with the method of voting on a virtual platform. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That's on those, and these are all rules, and it's the speaker's mandate to decide if it's virtual or in physical. And the reason for today, it is on cost and all of that. Thank you. Councillor Oliphant, do you have a question of clarity?
Hi, Speaker, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, thank you very much. Speaker, we have legal people in this institution, and I find it very strange that they cannot give guidance legally. Here is the point I'm driving home. The bylaws and policies are encouraged by the Act to exist in a municipality. But those bylaws and municipalities should not suppress or supersede constitutional imperatives. Right? Now, issue of language is a constitutional imperative, and bylaws cannot actually supersede that constitutionality, so to speak. Now, the Constitution gives guarantee to an individual to express him or herself in the language he or she feels comfortable with. Now, how can we then today, I'm asking a question of clarity, Speaker, how can we today go against that constitutional imperative? That is point number one. Point number two, last year, Speaker, when there was a suppression of the vernacular.
Councillor, your 1 minute is over for a clarity question.
No, it can't be. It can't be, Speaker. It can't be. It can't be. I just started to open my mouth now. Lastly, Speaker, you said last year.
Councillor, it was a question of clarity. You only had 1 minute and I gave you ample opportunity. Thank you. Councillor Benson, I see your hand and I have to apologize. I see you are a speaker on this item. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I hope you can hear me. Yes, it's about the definition of whip of counsel, and I said I want to have an input into that, Speaker, if I can proceed.
You can proceed quickly.
Yes, I said the definition. I propose that we change that definition of whip of counsel. In the wording that I say must be like whip of council means a councillor elect by resolution of the municipal council in accordance with these standing rules and orders established as an internal government structure of council under its powers contained in the Local Government Municipality Structure Act 117 of 1998 as amended. And I'm saying that after I get legal opinion of this, and if legal is not in favor of that, then I'm asking that they must come back to council in 7 days or whatever, because that is how I see this wording, the definition of whip of council must be. So that is my input, Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to give over to Leanne to answer on the language and then on the technicalities on the whip item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the language policy, Council has the prerogative to decide on the language of Council for purpose of communication and to give effective debate to any matter that is on a Council agenda. In terms of the definition of Councillor Benson, the current definition does indicate that it is elected, the elected councillor or elected chief whip as per the definition in the Structures Act. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Opperman. As the council has indicated, we have objections on the standing rules and order. So we have to go to a vote on this. Could we please prepare a poll? Councillor van der Linden, we prepare a poll. Do you have a question of clarity?
Madam Speaker, before we vote, can't we rescind this back for another workshop rather than just push something through, council? Rather, let's rescind this item and do it in a workshop again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor van der Linden, that is a proposal. I need a seconder for that proposal. Honourable Mayor. I see Honourable Mayor's hand went down. Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to second the proposal by Councillor van der Linden. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gludlu.
Thank you, Speaker. No, I am opposing that that we withdraw this item. I believe it has been thoroughly workshopped, and councillors who were not present during the workshop cannot really change the course of our decision. So I say we proceed and we approve today.
Thank you, Councillor. We will obviously divided on this one. We will have to vote if we accept the proposal that was made by Councillor van der Linden and second by Councillor Zana. Could the administration please prepare a poll? Honourable Mayor, I'm going to let you quickly speak while they're busy preparing the poll.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want clarity on what we're voting for now. Are we voting for the proposal of Councillor van der Linden to withdraw this item, or are we voting on the actual item?
Yes, Honourable Mayor, we're going to vote. There was a proposal and a seconder from Councillor van der Linden and Zana to rescind this and send it back to a workshop. So we're going to vote if we allow this or not. And then afterwards, we'll have to vote if we accept this standing rules and order. So we're first going to have a poll to see if we allow this motion. We're voting on the motion, if that's clear. Councillors, we're just busy preparing the poll. It should be soon up. Thank you, Councillor, for voting. Administration, could I please have the poll?
In favour, 10, not in favour, 16, and 0 abstention.
Councillors, we have 10 in favour for Councillor van der Linden's proposal, 16 not in favour, 0 abstain. So Councillor van der Linden's motion does not carry. Councillors, clearly we don't have this. We have to go for a vote as the standing rules are standing with the amendments that the Mayor made. So could the administration prepare a poll for the standing rules and order as it is with the amendments Honourable Mayor made on the language? Thank you. Councillors, the poll for as the standing rules of order is currently with the amendments the Mayor made. The poll will come up soon. Please, councillors, vote. Councillors, we're going to close the poll soon. Please vote if you haven't voted yet. Administration, please close the voting. I'm ready when you're ready.
16 in favour, 8 not in favour, and 0 abstentions.
Thank you, councillors. We have 16 councillors in favour, 8 not in favour, 0 abstain. So this standing rules of order carries. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Zana, your hand is up. Is this for caucus or is that something else?
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker, with your indulgence. No, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to check in terms of us now in council, how many councillors are present? Because remember, if there's 16 that voted, 8 were in support, not in support, 16 were in support, and then there's 0 abstentions. For me, this result is found wanting. Because if councillors did not vote, it means all if they did not take part in the vote, it means that they should have abstained automatically. But I just want to check with you how many councillors are currently in the meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Speaker, we started off with 27, but we will need to then check this one, but there were 27 councillors.
There's 27, but we're busy counting to just make sure they're still 27. If you give a few minutes. There's currently now 25 that's online. So we lost 2 councillors after voting. Councillors, please note that all of this is recorded and it gives us very much clarity on who logged in when and where. It makes it really much easier to control. Thank you for that. And thank you for the question, Councillor Zana. Back to you, Councillor Haystack, for PB2.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB2, Koga Local Municipality Bylaw on Liquor Trading Hours, and that is from page 86 to 101, and the recommendation is on page 88. I table this bylaw.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the only thing that we just wanted to look in terms of the trading hours is the issue of the nuisance that is being caused, certainly in our communities. Subsequent to the nuisance, there's no enforcement because police are also arguing with us in terms of the noise pollution, where the music is played up until the next morning. We are having a very serious challenge in relation to that. We want also to see to it how are we enforcing that aspect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zana, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I will not perhaps be opposed to what Councillor Mbandana is raising. I think I'm in support of his comments. But I just want to check, Madam Speaker, because I know that in terms of this item that it was taken for public participation in February already. I would love to see, but I did not see any comment unless I did not read thoroughly through the item. That were there any objections or other comments that we received from the public as in being in support of the times that are proposed there? Because mine, Madam Speaker, I know that most wholesalers, for example, are opening at 9 o'clock and then taverns are at 10 o'clock for on consumption. But it will be good if, Madam Speaker, that all our whether it's on or off consumption, for me, it would have been great if they were to start at 10 o'clock till the hour that is determined, whether it's 6 o'clock during the week, because it's unbecoming for us to witness our communities having access to alcohol in the early mornings of every day. So it would have been great if we really increase the time to 10 o'clock from 9 to 10 for off consumption, so that we don't have people that are loitering the streets under the influence so early in the mornings. I think that is just to police that one. Then the very last one, Madam Speaker, I did not see anywhere in the item, because there are areas in our townships that are selling something that it's a self-made beer called Umchovalala, which is very dangerous to our communities. Those places are not reported. They're operating 24/7. I also wish our policy can speak to such illegal things, and because they sell that thing which is illegal, but maybe we must police it more with our law enforcement, because it's where also we see that scores of our people are drinking that thing, that is Mshovalala, very early in the mornings, and it's also harmful to their health. I saw which then our policy was is supposed to, in fact, be speaking to those illegal homemade alcohol. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give over to the MM if he would like to add comments on how we can combat all these nuisances. It's all linked to the liquor trading. It seems like MM battling. I'm going to give over to Ms. Opperman just to give clarity on the rules and laws on it.
Thank you, Chairperson. In terms of the liquor bylaw, we as a municipality operate or monitor the operating times. Any non-compliance of that must be reported then to the safety and traffic and safety department, to the law enforcement, to investigate. If there are any organizations or institutions within the townships that are selling products, homemade products, that must be reported for investigation. Our EHP can also assist with the investigations to those premises. So any nuisance must be reported because that would then be monitored and policed in terms of our nuisance bylaw. So that's why we didn't want to have any conflicting provisions in different bylaws, as there are already bylaws that pertains to those type of non-compliance. I hope that assists. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that clarity. I don't see any other hands for additional clarity questions. Do I have any objections on this bylaw? Councillors, I don't see any objections on this bylaw. Thank you, councillors. Then this bylaw carries. Back to you, Councillor Haystack, for PB3.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm on PB3. Sorry, I just jumped here. PB3 draft bylaw relating to the building aesthetics in the municipal area, pages 102 to 114, and the recommendation is on page 104. I table this bylaw. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Jantjies, you're the first speaker on the item.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. On this item, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that on page 110 and also on page 7 of 9 A and C, we would like to include the fact that all building plans should not be submitted directly to aesthetics committee, but only where it's applicable, where we have towns that has aesthetics committees. So I just wanted to reiterate that point as discussed. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I understand correctly that you would like to add where applicable, where aesthetic committee is applicable. Thank you. Honourable Mayor, are you seconding this proposal?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I do second that, and I'll be a little bit more specific on point 8. I'm not sure what the page is. It's 7 of 9 of the actual bylaw, where it speaks to scope of aesthetics bylaw. A says this bylaw is designed to regulate the design and construction of buildings and advertising signage within the jurisdiction of Kaga municipality. And then I would like to add comma, in areas that have approved aesthetical guidelines in place, so that it's very clear that it's obviously not necessary to submit plans to the aesthetics committee if there are no guidelines in an area that there are no guidelines. Then it's useless to send these plans to them. We'll be wasting a lot of time. So this is only for when there are approved aesthetical guidelines in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor, for that clarity. That's on page 112. My next speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. Fortunately for me, this is my area of expertise. Speaker, I'm a bit concerned about the legal framework that will be governing or that this aesthetics committees are subjected to. Because in a way, we as the governance institution, the municipality, we are losing control over these external committees. My question is, are we going to establish an aesthetics committee that is a subcommittee to council? Or are we going to have these different aesthetics committees in different areas have their own jurisdiction and their own legal framework that they operate under, which is, in my opinion, the municipality is the only custodian of the regulation of construction. So therefore, my question is, Speaker, I'm not sure if it was captured the first time. My question is, are we going to establish an aesthetics committee as Kouga municipality, or are we giving framework to these private aesthetics committees? Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. I think I'm going to give over to Director Ramakawela that it falls under his department. Director.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for that. I was muted. If I got the councillor's question right, the intention, councillor, is to create a framework. So the bylaw will just create a provision. So we want to develop aesthetics guidelines per allotment, and committees will be established for allotment also. Not to say we'll have one committee looking after the entire municipality. That is the intention. So if we get one in Jeffreys Bay, say we come up with aesthetics guidelines for, say, the CBD here in Jeffreys Bay, we will then have to establish a committee. The intention is to do it through nominations that we, as architects, they've already indicated that they are very much interested in doing that. So theirs is not to police the national building regulation. The guidelines itself will be approved by this council, and theirs is to just ensure that there is compliance before a submission is made to the municipality for approval in terms of the building regulation. So it's just a framework, council, not to say they will be deciding on these submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity?
The way I have to wait to be unmuted and then no one unmutes me as speaker. But no, the follow-up question that I have relating to this is it constitutionally correct for a institution to exist in the community that determines outside of municipal policy in terms of our spatial planning to determine what the character of buildings should be? Are we going to create design manuals for these areas that don't have, or are we using existing design manuals? I know in Centerim, there's a design manual. I know that for a fact because I've dealt with that design manual. Now my question is, are we going to formulate new design manuals, or are we adopting these design manuals? And if so, why has this not featured in front of the planning and development portfolio as an item so that we can properly dissect the content within which it
Councillor,
will
there's a
operate?
point of order. Councillor Ruth.
Speaker, are we allowed 2 points of clarity? Are we allowed a second bite on a point of clarity?
He was a speaker on the item, Councillor. He is asking a question of clarity. Yes. He was a speaker on the item. Thank you. Councillor Peterson, you may proceed. You have literally 10 seconds left.
No, Speaker, I was just descending before I was rudely interrupted. That was the question. So I will leave it at that and wait for the administration to respond. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Director Ramakawela, just to give clarity on the legality on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, no, Councillor, we don't have design guidelines yet for this town. We are yet to come up with those. They will definitely come before Portfolio and Council, and this is a very important one because we need to get community buy-in. It's not easy to come up with guidelines in an area where property owners will tell you, no, I don't have money for that. But we are yet to do guidelines in area like already, but there is benefit to property owners, and we believe we will be able to convince them to buy into this, because if it's done correctly, it will increase the value of their properties to get a more aesthetical, pleasing town, which I believe they'll buy into. But the guidelines are yet to be drafted for specific towns, and we will have community participation and then bring it to council for approval and then establish the necessary committees. So the bylaw is merely to make provision for us to be able to embark on these processes. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Are there any objections on this item? To go to, because it's a draft bylaw, it needs to go for public participation. Councillors, I don't see any objections on the item. Thank you, councillors. Then this item will go for public participation. Back to you, Councillor Haystack, for PB4.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. I'm on PB4, Supply Chain Management Policy, and that is from page 115 to 211. And the recommendation is on page 117. I table this policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first speaker on this item is Councillor Ruth.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to comment on two things I think that I like about the new SCM policy, and thank you to everyone involved in reviewing this policy. The one is that the targeted groups, we've added the targeted groups in the specific goals categories. So those are the categories where you can get 10 or 20 points. To youth-owned, woman-owned, and disabled-owned EME or QSEs. That's on page 164. I'd like to point out the youth has been left off. It was included in the policy committee in that table, but it's been left off in this iteration. If it can be re-added, please, Speaker. And then also
Councillor,
very importantly, this is now allowing the supply chain administrators to do extra steps. They can do further vetting of companies, vetting around their ability to execute and not just be limited to the references that were given by the company that is bid. And they can restrict companies where they find that there has been wrongdoing or abandonment, or where they've been fired from other sites, etc. So that gives the ability to restrict or remove companies in the supply chain stage before they get to BAC. Some companies are really good at preparing tenders, but not good at executing. And we've had experience of that, and we want to limit having to deal with that at the implementation stage. So that is a really important addition and needed for us. And then it's also then will go further in the blacklisting policy, which is another policy that's going to be coming to council. So thank you to the department and everyone involved in getting those sections into the supply chain management policy. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MC Ruth. Just indicate where the youth is, where you saw it was taken out somewhere, which page it is, so we can just add that and make a recommendation on it. Councillor, why are you looking for it? I'm just going to give the next
page
speaker
164, Speaker.
164. Yes.
Is there a table there? Yeah, 164 preference in terms of the specific goals. Number 9 should actually say youth. So if we go to page 52 of the document that appeared in the policy committee, number 9 was youth.
Okay. Thank you for that. I need a seconder for that so we can add that youth. Okay, while we wait for a seconder on that proposal that we add youth, it wasn't pulled through from the committees, I'm going to give, yes, Honourable Mayor.
Thanks, Speaker. I'll second.
Thank you very much. We've got that. Then I'm going to give to the next speaker, Councillor Mbandana. Councillor Mbandana, the floor is yours. Councillor, we are unmuting you. Councillor, we see you have problems unmuting yourself. We're unmuting from our side, but we can't unmute on your side. If there's any questions on this, you're welcome to text us in the text box. This is the end. I would like to just hear from a CFO, Lorgat, if he would like to make any comments on all the comments that was made.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, now I'm covered. My councillor has informed me about the missing section on youth, and we will add that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gertenbach, do you have a question of clarity before I ask for objections?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I have a question of clarity. This is a policy that it's not a bylaw. Does that mean that the municipality have a right to change it without going higher up? That is a question that I would like, because I find this policy very discriminatory, because not the best tenderer receives the tender, and the one that is the most qualified, And secondly, it is not necessarily the cheapest tender that get I would like to ask the CFO if he can explain that to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. CFO, your comments?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so the councillor is correct in terms of it's not necessarily the cheapest service provider that is appointed. This is in terms the policy has been set up and it's required to be set up in terms of the supply chain regulations, which is a regulation which we need to adhere to. There's many other regulations, your BBBEE regulation, as well as the preferential procurements and your infrastructure regulation, which all is included within the supply chain regulations. So there's many regulations that we have to consider in our procurement processes. The points obviously has been brought in specifically to deal with anomalies in terms of dealing with a previous disadvantage. That's why your target groupings are there as well. But the highest point is where we need to award. Now, the main thing with setting up your specification is obviously to make sure the functionality gets you to a point of appointing the correct service providers. And then obviously your vetting, which we have now strengthened within this policy, ensures us that whoever is your recommended bidder can do the job and is the best or will be able to get a successful outcome within the process. So the review of this policy was definitely required to strengthen our process to make sure that it's not only about the highest scoring, but it's about competency through better verification processes, not only on paper, but verifications that we can go beyond what is submitted to through the tender. And that's why additional vetting is being done currently to make sure that we get the best service provider appointed. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Honourable Mayor, questions of clarity?
Thank you, Speaker. No, I just wanted to agree with what the CFO said. Now, I think that's at the end of the day, we need to ensure that we have value for money with whatever project is before us. We cannot always take the cheapest one because the cheapest one might not be fit for purpose or able to deliver on the services, and therefore the scoring system, I think, within the legislative frameworks that we have is the most fair, best that we can put together at this stage. So yes, there will always be leemtes, what is it, shortcomings to what it can be, and I think but we need to do what we can with what we have, and therefore I think this policy gives the best options in terms of price, in terms of ability to do the actual job, in terms of enabling locals to benefit from our projects, and so forth and so forth. There's a beautiful story of a local contractor working themselves up from a level 1 CIDB grading to a level 4 and now working on our roads. A local guy it's so wonderful to see, and it's just because our processes that we've put in place is working, and that's the kind of things that we want to see when we want to be empowering our locals to do the jobs in our municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mayor. Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity.
Thank you, Speaker. No, my question is relating to what the Councillor Gertenbach said, and through you, of course, Chair. Does it mean that he's against transformation and the bringing about of equality? Because those policies are aimed at transformation, these supply chain policies. It's aimed at balancing the scales that exist because of injustices of our past. So I'm just trying to establish, does it mean that when he says he finds offense and he finds it discriminative, it means that the policy aimed at eliminating and eradicating the disparities that exist is discriminatory towards him? And that's the only question I have. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. It's not actually a question, but yeah, I think the CFO has given us clarity on the wide range of parameters that the supply chain is checking, not just one item. Councillors, thank you for all your contributions. Anybody against this policy? Any objections? As amended by MMC Ruth. Thank you, councillors. Supply chain policy carries then. It brings me the end of the municipal laws and policies. I'm moving to item number 14, report back mini-MEC. We don't have today any. Then I'm moving to item number 15, reports by the Office of the Municipal Manager, MM1. I give over to you, du Plessis.
Thank you, Speaker. First item is MM1. It's from page 213 to 708, and that's the Coga Municipality 2024-25 annual report, and the recommendations appear on page 215 and 216.
Thank you, MM. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to shoot from the hip. Mine perhaps is on the financial performance, Madam Speaker. That's which we'll find on page 224 to 225 on the operating deficit of approximately 96 million. I just want to check, Madam Speaker, on this one. What plans are there or measures are being implemented to show, or what is the cost that we have such a deficit firstly, and what plans do we have that to bring that one down? Maybe I will take into through an accounting crash course through this. And also perhaps I know that it's been long discussion that we have on the revenue collection, Madam Speaker. I think our percentage currently it's around about 91.38%, which is below the 95 benchmark. And I think the CFO would perhaps say that we are doing better than other municipalities. But what are the real causes for us not really to go up and at least to be closer to the benchmark of 95%? I know that it's tough and people don't have money in their pockets, but is there anything that is perhaps done for us to reach that one? Perhaps there are other questions, Madam Speaker, because I think when we spoke to the IDP and all of these other things will be really good. And I know that it might be perhaps a lot that we are asking from our administration, that when we deal with issues of, because I am in particular interested in IDP priorities simply because these things are coming from the communities that live in these different ones. It will be good to see how many of these ward priorities in terms of us here in the annual report have been achieved. And I know that it's not possible that all ward priorities will be addressed at the same time, but at least if one or two are done in different wards, at least people will be able to show that really there is something that is being done for us in our communities. Leave alone the issues of service delivery where we know that refuse collection will happen. I'm not talking to that. I'm talking about projects that people have raised in the area. So those are the type of things that I'm bringing. And I'm extremely worried, Madam Chair, that the report is not speaking to the vulnerable groups. Yes, they are here and there because there's a very important office in the municipality, which is the Special Programs Unit Office, which I was lucky to serve in. And I'm not happy with the youth development strategy or plans of the municipality participation in governance issues. I really want us to up that up in the coming years, that let young people, let the youth of Coga get involved in their own development. Let us report on that. Persons with disabilities in Coga, we really need to see our reports talking to that one. I don't know what happened. Perhaps the mayor will answer here. What happened to the local drug action committee? What happened to the Koga Local AIDS Council? We don't see these things being addressed and programs speaking to such
20 seconds, Councillor.
but we really want to see those being reported. And unfortunately, because we have not supported the budget, the IDP, we will not also, as this one, as the African National Congress, be in support of this annual report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Bandana, you're the next speaker on the item. I'm first going to take all the speakers and then I'll let the get his different directors to give us some answers. Thank you, Councillor Bandana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sure Councillor Zana highlighted some of the critical aspects that you are raising as the African National Congress. Definitely, Chair, we've been raising various aspects in terms of our performance in very critical issues that reflects our societies. Chair, we are not actually impressed because there's no significant change in these issues that we've raised year in and year out. We are stagnated in one place. Henceforth, we will be seen by the communities as people that are not progressively pro-development on terms of the items brought to council. However, if you start to measure, to take a local monitoring tool and engage our committees, you can start even from a primary school child to an elderly that is 100 years. They will be reflecting that still our issues are stagnant in our communities. We are standing in one place. It's year in and year out. And we are not deliberately hamstringing development. We are pro-development. But as leaders of society and leaders of communities that were actually given the mandate to come and raise issues of the community development, we are really not happy. Certainly, I'm sure those that are in leadership in terms of these committees must actually bury their heads in shame. It's just a mere shame that in this state that we are in terms of Koga as a beautiful town, that there are people with mindset that does not actually take into cognizance.
1 minute left, Councillor.
It is really a shame. I think for whoever that is actually in leadership, it's quite a shame, a really shame. You could sleep tonight knowing that inside your hearts, you are really a shame. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was kicked off the internet. Are we at MM3?
No, we still on MM1.
Okay, sorry, Madam Speaker. No, that was Impact 1 on page 30 to 39.
We already passed that one, Councillor.
Yeah,
We on
but
the reports of the municipal manager.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's what I said. I did speak on that one. I
Yes,
didn't
yes.
ask for MM1. I'm on MM3. Will I have a chance?
Okay, so you would not like to speak on MM1?
No, Madam Speaker, that was the
Okay.
impact one on page
Okay.
50. Yeah. So yeah, it's just
Okay.
mismarked maybe.
Thank you very much. MM, I'm going to give back to you to the questions that Councillor Zana had, and then you can maybe give it to the directors to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Can I get direct to the CFO to answer the questions on the finance side? CFO, over to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the issue raised by the council on the collection rate. Yes, we're working hard on getting back to our 95%. I think it needs to be stressed that after COVID, obviously there was a dip. The following year after COVID went down to 86%, and we've been climbing every year since then. This year, we're currently sitting on, at this point, around close to 93%. We're hoping that we will be very close or at least meet our 95% this year. So if we look at what's outstanding, government departments, they're owing us around 14 million. If they have to pay that, that will take us up by at least 1.5%. We then also have a focused approach in terms of the 2,500 consumers that are long outstanding. So when it comes to control and dealing with that, council has approved a change in the policy at the last council, and that is directly to assist the process. If everyone can just pay their current account and towards the outstanding amount, where the council is now offering leniency, but if the current account is being paid, that will ensure that we get 100% collection every month. Right, that's the intention, and that automatically will drive the collection rate up. But the key is through IGR, government departments, if they settle what they owe, that will definitely take us to our 95%. So we're very close, and we're hoping that we will definitely meet that target. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Maybe I missed it on the deficit on the 96 million on page 224. Council's also answered that, and then I'll give back to on the other questions. Thank you.
Yes, Speaker, on the special projects office is run from an office from Meyer by Mr. by Kyle, and I'm aware that they are running constant projects, although we must just also remember these budgets are restricted, so there's not a lot of money available for these projects. So they usually run with government departments as well that have their different programs, and we sometimes work with them on these projects. Yeah, I don't know what else to report. As I said, the annual report is based on the activities and the financial year that has just passed. That's a 2024-25 financial year.
Thank you, I just want to give back to the CFO on page 224 on the 96 million deficit that Councillor Zana asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. On the deficit, 96 million on page 225. It's important to note that we're not yet at a point where our non-cash items is fully funded. So we're working towards that. When we talk about fully funded, we're talking about depreciation in the region of close to 120 million. We're talking about your impairments, which is substantial. So you're looking at, as part of your normal expenditure budget, there's over 200 million that talks to non-cash items. And of that, 96 million is still unfunded. So every year we're trying to close that gap till we get to a point where the non-cash items is fully funded as well. And that's the long-term plan, which we're working towards. Thanks, Vika.
Thank you, CFO. Anything else you would like to add on the board priorities that's linked with the IDP and the SDBIP?
Yes, I think, yeah, those priorities, well, they depend on the funding sources and the availability of the funding sources. So some of the priorities might be high priority, but the type of project is not easily funded. So that will influence which projects get funded earlier than others on the system. But on the IDP, as we have now, we have funded and we have completed quite a large amount of projects that have been indicated by the communities. I think we must just remember, if we go back to the IDP, when we started off, the first and the highest priority as indicated by our communities was regarding the state of the roads and upgrading of roads and the streets. So our programs there for upgrading and resealing and from gravel to tar and gravel maintenance, those programs have been addressing those communities. Was probably the number one
request from all the communities, if you look at it a holistic point of view. And secondly, obviously, electricity is playing a huge part. Electrification of areas that is also been getting big, large priorities. And then upgrading of informal settlements is a multi-year project that is been going now for quite some time, and will also make a big difference in those communities. We say upgrading of informal settlements, that will take cognizance everything that makes those upgrades possible. That's from pump stations, sewer lines, water pumps, water purification plants, upgrading bulk and connector services. There's so many of that. At the moment, there are about 85 projects running in the municipality that are dealing with these informal settlement upgrades. Some of them will be multi-year, and those will come through towards the end of the term of the 5-year IDP.
Thank you, for all that clarity. Councillor Nzalani, we do note that spelling mistake that you've texted us in the text box, the administration not, they do see that. Are there any objections on this annual report? Thank you, councillors. This annual report carries through council. Back to you for MM2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MM2 is the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, the 2024-25 Oversight Report on the 2024-25 Annual Report. This, although it's under me, it actually should be presented by the chairperson of the of MPAC, Councillor van Niekerk. Can I request the Speaker perhaps to just that for protocol reasons that we just then request Councillor van Niekerk to present the oversight report.
Thank you. Before I give to Councillor van Niekerk, Councillor Zana, I saw your hand was up just before started. Is this a caucus question?
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. No, mine, Speaker, is on the previous item that I've said when I was talking that we will not be in support of this item because these items are all interlinked. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's why I raised my hand.
Thank you, Councillor. That means we will have to go to a vote on that item. I do apologize. Councillor Zana did indicate they are against the item. So administration will have to vote on MM1. Could we prepare a vote on this, please? Please, councillors, vote. Yeah. Councillors, we're going to close the voting in 10 seconds. Thank you, councillors, for voting. Administration, do we have a total?
16 in favour, 6 not in favour, and 1 abstention.
We have 16 councillors in favour of the annual report, 6 not in favour, and 1 abstain. Thank you, councillors. This annual report still carries through council. We can give over to Councillor van Niekerk to do her MM2. 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, mine, Speaker, is on the previous item that I've said when I was talking that we will not be in support of this item because these items are all interlinked. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Zana, do we have a vote?
Thank you, MM, and thank you, Speaker. I actually asked the MM if I can just speak on this item because, just briefly, if you will indulge me, I really do want to. I wish to place on record my appreciation to the MM and all the departments, the PMS manager, including senior management and all the directors, for the significant effort they invested in compiling this report. I believe there may be others that don't agree, but I really do believe the level of coordination and oversight reflects meaningful progress in strengthening the alignment between the IDP and the SDBIP and the budget, and all of this in line with legislative directive and prescripts. And then I also definitely want to acknowledge the constructive input from the impact committee members. It is highly appreciated. And if we can go to MM2, it runs from page 709, and it's the 2024/25 Oversight Report on the 2024/2025 Annual Report. So page 709 to 734. Speaker, I table this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps mine is just to note the comments by the MPEC committee, and that's where we are going to leave it. I think we have on the previous item as the African National Congress component spoken to the annual report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mbandana, you're the next speaker. Okay. I'm going to move to the next speaker because Councillor Mbandana just logged in again. It seems like we've lost him. Councillor Gertenbach, I'm going to give over to you as the next speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. I would also, from my side, like to congratulate the impact members for the input that they gave. But I want to bring your attention to a comment by the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, and you can find that on page 733. The problem there is that the Department of Statistics survey of the number of people in Koga. The fact that they only say that we are 107,000 people in Koga, that is incorrect. The previous census showed 212. So something is wrong there, and the reason why we brought it up here, it have an enormous influence on the smooth running and the finances of the municipality, and we must take that up as well. And the second one is also something that already approved by the council, and that is the director of community services is very large, and the municipality or the council have already changed that to make it more possible for a separate unit to take special notice of the safety and security in our in our municipality. So that is all I want to say on this item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nichols.
I'm covered, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Councillor Mbandana still has not logged back into it. Thank you for all the compliments and things. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any objections. Thank you, councillors, and thank you for the administration for all the hard work with the oversight of impact. This report carries. Back to MM3.
Thank you, Speaker.
I think you muted yourself now again. You're welcome to carry on with MM3.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. The next item, MM3, that's the draft 2026-27 Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan. This is now just a draft, and we're waiting comments, or any comments are welcome. And this draft Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan is on page, or from page 735 to page 786. The recommendations are on page 733.
Thank you, My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would perhaps sound like an old record, and broken record for that matter, when it comes to this, but I think the part of saying that it must be submitted to National Treasury, it's a process that must be followed, and I think we are in agreement with that. But over and above, Madam Speaker, on this SDBIP that is presented before us, we will not be in support of it, but equally wanting to ask, I see there is a date on page 742 of June 2026. Okay, let me leave that comment because I see that it's unsigned by the mayor. I take it that it's going to be signed at a later stage. But be that as may, Madam Speaker, we are not going to get into the detail of the item itself, but to clarify that as the African National Congress once more, because these documents, if you were to read it, I think the chairperson of Impact, Councillor Van Niekerk, did indicate when she was presenting her report that these documents are all interlinked. And as I've said earlier on in one of the items, that it will be hypocritical of me and the ANC caucus to be in support of one component of all of these. So we are dealing with it as a package. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm struggling with this mute button. Madam Speaker, on page 742, can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I just want to see, I see Councillor Zano and MM's not muted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On page 742, I think there's a typing error or don't know what to call it. It must be not 24-25, but 26-27. If I can just correct that. Then on page 743, Council is asking to approve a plan with no tariffs, no increases, project list or nothing is yeah, it's an empty list there with, we can't say what's the cost on that tariffs there. Then on page 444, water losses quality targets are not met. Green drop 19%, target 50%. Blue drop 64.95, target 70%. No measurable progress for Kwanozama, Hanky, Potensi. I can forecast that there will be no improvement in that area, maybe at the last quarter. Then on page 745, and especially T 78, 79, and 80. Capital underspending, same as previous years. Kouga has a history of underspending on the grants. On the SDBIP, we can't see any plans for improvement to reach a 100% target, Madam Speaker. Then on TL81, why are we only have an 80% budget and not repair for on repairs and maintenance to be spent? Why can't we lift that? It's 80% on that piece there, Madam Speaker. Then on page 748, baseline. The baseline agreements is 14.79%, while the tariffs is 18%. Kelson is setting a worse target than current performance. This must be a better control because that allows higher
Time,
cost.
Councillor.
Higher cost to the residents. Madam Speaker, and then the last one is on 749, the basic service delivery for the poorest of the poor. Why are we decrease that? All the basic services are being increased, and that will have a huge effect on the vulnerable people of Kouga. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The last speaker on this item is Councillor Mbandana. I'm not sure if he's back yet. He's not back. I'm going to give back to the MM to give some clarity. Councillors, just for clarity, this is the mayor's draft implementation plan. So this item is here for noting. We're not going to vote on this one. So MM, just some clarity on the questions the councillors asked.
Yes, I'm just going to start make example for one of the issues that is raised, and I'm sure the chief also taken notes, and he will also make a few clarification remarks after me. Just on, for example, on maintenance, you must remember that there are two types of maintenance. There's a planned maintenance, and then there's unplanned maintenance. Unplanned maintenance, usually you must make provisions for in your budget that should you have certain things happen, for example, a major water pipe break or a pump backs up or something, and that happens in the last month of the financial year, that you can actually do a repair that. So there were all repairs and maintenance is very difficult to spend 100% because you've got to make provision for that. Those few things that can happen, but might not happen. You have to have the reserves for that. So just on that, on a comment on repairs and maintenance. But our repairs and maintenance expenditure the last couple of years have been excellent, and we've probably never been spending more money on repairs and maintenance than currently that we have. I'll just give over to the CFO. I hope he's taken notes and just comments on some of these items. Just remember, councillors, this is a draft, so you, Councillor van der Linde is welcome to make a written comments to the MM, to the Office of the Municipal Manager. So if he wants to make some comments around what on the draft report. So yes, CFO, do you want to just add to what I've said there, please?
CFO, you may continue.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, like said, this is a and obviously the target setting comes subsequent to the IDP and the budget in terms of what we can do. I did also pick up a few issues there, but I want to focus specifically on the councillor raid in terms of your indigents. Right, so that is a debate that we will be having now subsequent to the approval of the draft. Because from one point you want to increase it and from the other point you want to decrease it. So from economic development perspective, the more household earns, the more they out of the indigency, whereas you want all indigents to apply and get the benefits from free basic services. So what we need to do, we need to take the actual numbers as the baseline, and that becomes our baseline, and then obviously set the targets moving forward. So the policy that is part of the draft budget today is increasing the amount from 2 state pensions to 7,500 per household, which then should have an effect on the baseline, and that should see an increase in the annual targets. So yes, 100%, this is the draft, and we'll now, subsequent to the approval of the draft, be looking at each line by line, making sure that all the targets are aligned to the intention of the policies as well as the IDP and the budget that has been approved. Putting the draft budget, SDBIP in the agenda is a treasury requirement to make sure that the process has commenced. So at this point, this doesn't go through to public participation. This is for compliance purposes, but the final one is then approved by the mayor, I think within 28 days of approval of the final budget. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Do I have any questions on clarity on this item? I don't see any hands. Okay, this item is only for noting. Thank you, MM. Back to you then for MM. Oh, Councillor van der Linde. Your question on clarity?
Madam Speaker, yes, I didn't get an answer on, and I hear what the MM said. I can write a memo to him on the water loss quality, the green drop and the blue drop, and there's no progress. What are we doing about that? Thank you. And yeah, I can only see maybe at the last quarter there will be an improvement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you,
Yes.
Councillor van der Linden. MM, could you just give clarity on the frequency on the green drop and when it will come out and all the mitigations in between? Thank you.
Okay, the green drop was done last year. We're still waiting for the results of the green drop evaluation that was done last year. The release of the outcomes have been postponed quite a few times. So we still waiting for the outcome of the green drop. It should be any moment now, the green drop results. I just want to mention that the green drop program and improvement on the green drop scoring is mostly data based. Things that you have to collect through the years to substantiate and prove what you've been doing on the water quality. And those have been implemented, and those implementations will factor in and factor through in the future evaluations on green drop. So the green drop, I understand might be another green drop evaluation next year. So then you can measure the improvement that you had over the last years. But I must also mention just on the green drop, the criteria has not remained the same. So the criteria that was applied in the previous cycles have been changed by the Department of Water Affairs. So the criteria that has become more difficult and more restrictive. And as a result of that, your baseline is actually still lower, even lower than it was before. But we are still confident, even with the new criteria, that we will make significant improvements. We've been working very hard on making sure that we collect the data and we load the data and we're able to report all the things we need to report. So we do expect a continuous improvement on green drop. Then on the blue drop and no drop, those evaluations, we're currently preparing for that. And I believe that evaluations will happen towards the end of the month or even to the end of April. We will be conducted, those evaluations will be conducted. So we've also been working very hard on that and making sure you upload all the data and proof of evidence and that they've requested to do that evaluation. So we are confident we will continue to maintain those improvements. It's not that we are happy where we are. We are aiming to continuously improve on these issues. But saying that, there is major investment needed in all our wastewater treatment works going forward to make sure that we can comply with the requirements that are set by the Department of Water Affairs. I think those internal audits have been done by us. We know where it is and what needs to be done, and those projects will be factored in our short, medium, and long-term planning scenarios that we are currently busy preparing. I think I hopefully answered most of those questions. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, I just would like to know if Director de Kok would like to add to it, because I do remember we had very good portfolio items on this matter.
Thank you, Speaker. Together with what alluded to, I would love to say that these targets, as what we see, are annual targets. And they've been set, if we go to page 744, at 50% for the green drop, coming from 19%, as said, that there is a constant addressing of issues which we'd found throughout the year. So rightfully said, Speaker, the portfolio items have included in them action plans. There's a constant move of maintenance. But we must understand that where we are currently, we will not be able to reach 100% within the next year. It is a process because it requires a tremendous amount of capital, and we are embarking on perhaps looking at applications through RBIC and other vending sources so that we can address this issue. The same goes for the blue drop. It's an annual target to be coming from 64. We are currently busy with the process, and it will be a deadlock or a hard lock at the end of the month, upon which we will engage with DWS and their appointed consultants. So it's an ongoing process, and therefore the targets are annually and not quarterly. But in the portfolio items, there are action plans which have been submitted through council that addresses the constant upgrade and attention to the matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Director and for that clarification. Do I have any other follow-up clarity questions? Councillor Peterson, your question of clarity.
Speaker, it's not necessarily a question of clarity, but just a procedural item. I am here in Cathcart, and I'm not close to a source of energy, and my battery is on 2%. So if I were to be departing the meeting, you must know the reason why. I'm just alerting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Noted. Thank you, councillors. Then we note the item. We can move to MM4. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. MM4 is from page 787 to 836, and that is with regard to the 25-26. This is the current financial year, 25-26 Service Delivery Budget Implementation Plan amendment. And just for the background, quickly just remember that we've amended the budget. We passed the adjustment budget end of January, so we had to also change the service delivery budget implementation plan amendment for the 25-26 financial year as well. So the recommendations are on page 795. Oh, sorry, yeah, 795, yeah. 799, sorry, the recommendations are 799.
Thank you, Councillor Zana, you speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm covered by the background that the MM has just given. That why is it that there is an amendments being made to the SDBIP? I think I'm covered by that, and subsequently will not then be commenting, Speaker, on this. But also perhaps to request, Speaker, with your indulgence, I know that we've been sitting since 10 o'clock before our devices, but just to ask for a break. I'm not sure at what item. Just a comfort break. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bandana is not in the meeting. He's the next speaker, so I don't see him in the meeting. Councillors, this item I didn't have questions, so there's no clarity. This item is also for noting, and I am going to request that for committee services that we have a 5-minute comfort break. Could we please break out in a 5-minute comfort break? Thank you, councillors. Welcome, councillors. I hope you had a good comfort break. I am back on item number 16, matters dealt in terms of delegating authority by the executive mayor. Reports by Portfolio Committee Chairpersons, report by Portfolio Chairperson Finance Economic Development. Honourable Mayor, your items for Finance Economic Development.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to table the items for Finance Economic Development. It'll be handled by Councillor Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you. MMC Ruth, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm presenting FED1. It's the supply chain management item, disposal of stock, disposal of slow-moving or redundant and damaged stock items. Very short item, page 840, with recommendations on page 843. I'm tabling the item, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zona. Councillor Zona is not currently in the meeting. Councillor van der Linde, you the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what verification process is followed before stock is classified as damaged or redundant? Is there any independent control to confirm this classification? And how does the municipality ensure that that stock made as damaged or redundant is not being used again? Thank you, Madam Speaker. Or written off, yeah, use or written off.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I give back to the CFO just for clarity on the process?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so we've introduced a mid-year stock count. We usually only do a year-end stock count, but we have introduced that this year. It's the first time. So the role players that take part in it is internal audit. Internal audit is there to observe the process to make sure that it's carried out correctly. When it comes to redundant stock, that is confirmed with the relevant departments in terms of their usage. So if it's water items, for example, fittings that's not required or not being utilized, we will pick it up as part of the slow moving stock. So where we see items hasn't been moved in the last year or two, those are the lists that we will send to the relevant departments and ask them if they still use those items. They will then come back and either say, if it's vehicles, they'll come back and say, unfortunately, that vehicle was disposed of. These items we don't use anymore because that vehicles are no longer available. When it comes to water fittings, if there's a new item that it's on the market that they're procuring, they'll say we don't no longer need this. And in that way, we'll then confirm with the relevant departments whether they need it. So we identified from stores, from a slow-moving report, we sent it through to the relevant departments, and then they confirm whether it's still required or not. And that's how we come to it. And that's then verified by internal audit before we then conclude and send the report to council for consideration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for that clarity. Any other questions of clarity? Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any objections. Thank you, councillors. This item carries. MMC Ruth, you may continue with FED2.
Thank you, Speaker. FED2 is the supply chain management report, which is the section 36 deviations for the month of February 2026. This is on page 845 with the recommendations on page 847. I'm tabling the item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first speaker is Councillor Mbandana, but I don't see him. Committee service, am I looking correctly? He's not present in the meeting. Then I'm moving to the next speaker. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to know, please, what were the total cost of deviations approved for the previous month? And why wasn't the normal process procurements followed? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. CFO, back to you for the reasons on deviations and what's normal, what's not normal, and the totals. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. So in terms of normal processes are normally followed, obviously, when you do a formal tender process or your formal RFQs or your 3 quotes. Where we can't do that, then we do deviate. And there's standard requirements that need to be met before you deviate. So the main ones is sole proprietor, if services are from a single provider, where it's emergency, and where it's impractical. Those are the 3 that we use mainly. So just to give a bit of explanation on impractical. So for example, if you have an award in place with a certain provider and there's additional scope to it, if it exceeds above the variation threshold and you can't appoint another service provider to continue the work of the previous service provider, it's impractical then to appoint a new service provider, and then you continue with that appointment to finalize the project. So those are more your impractical. So those are the 3 key reasons we use. The other one is if you procure specialized items, and you procure items from a zoo, then those are the areas that you can deviate. So these ones meet one of the 3 that I mentioned, and therefore it meets the criteria of deviations. When it comes to the previous month, I don't have that figure offhand, but I can email that through to the council, and we do bring a report on a monthly basis through to council. But for the item in front of us is 4.4 million in terms of deviations, and I think the main one is the fire. The fire is 3.2 million, and if we exclude the fire for this month, then you'll see it was only 1.2 million for the month of February. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, CFO. Any other questions of clarity? Any objections on this item? Councillor van der Linde.
Madam Speaker, I will note this but not approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we will have to go to a vote. Could the administration please prepare a poll for us? Thank you. Councillors, please vote. Please, councillors, vote, please. Councillors, we are close to closing the poll. Thank you, administration. Please close the poll.
15 in favor, 3 not in favor, 1 abstention.
Thank you. We have 15 councillors in favour, 3 not in favour, 1 abstain. This motion carries. Thank you very much. MMC Roof, you may continue on FED 3.
Thank you, Speaker. FED3 is the Humansdorp Museum Association. It's the establishment of the Shipwreck Museum and maintenance. Councillors might remember that this was part of the museum item that served before, but we wanted to serve on its own so that councillors could see the establishment, how the Shipwreck Museum came to be established. This is on page 852 and recommendations are on page 857. I'm tabling the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first speaker on this item is Councillor Peterson. Administration told me we've lost signal with him. Councillor Mbandana. Also not on. Councillor Zana. So not here. Councillors, I don't have any other speakers on this item. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillors, I don't see any objections on this item. Thank you, councillors. Then it means this item carries. Thank you very much. MMC Roof, FED 4.
Thank you, Speaker. FED 4 is the capital items, condemned assets that need to be disposed of. It starts on page 873, recommendations on page 875. I table the item, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana. Is he back in the meeting? No, he's not in the meeting. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to know what process is in place to determine the sales value of these assets and who determined the value. And can council be provided by a breakdown of original cost, book value and proposed sales value on each item? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. CFO, could I give back to you for clarity on the process? Thank you, CFO.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I was just kicked out of the meeting. Signal, I lost the signal. Can I please get a repeat on the question?
I will ask Councillor van der Linde to repeat. It's on the process on the items. Councillor van der Linde, could you maybe repeat the question so that CFO just can clearly hear what the question was? Councillor van der Linde, would you mind repeating quickly the question for the CFO? He was unfortunately kicked out of the meeting.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I was struggling with that blurry mute button. But anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to know what process is in place to determine the sales value of assets and who determined that value? And can council be being provided with a breakdown of original cost, book value, and proposed sales values of each item listed? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. CFO, I hope you heard the question.
Yes, Speaker. Yes, I did. So just to explain the process of on an annual basis as part of the financial statement prep plan, we are required in terms of GRAP to do an annual count of all our assets, a verification. And through the verification, we identify, we do a conditional assessment of all the assets, and through that process we identify items that need to be condemned due to the condition of the assets. All those assets are then flagged to be condemned, and the book value is then written down to R1, and then that it's reflected at R1 at year end on the fixed asset register. Subsequent to that, the Auditor General comes in. They do an audit on your fixed asset register as part of your property, plant and equipment audit, and they confirm through their sampling and their testing whether they're happy or not. We haven't received a finding on assets for the 24-25 financial year, which then implied that AG is then satisfied with our list, which we reflected as condemned, and the conditional assessments that was performed. We then obviously present this to council. So in our records, in terms of fixed asset register, we can definitely extract the original value. We can then extract the useful life, or the number of years that the assets were in use. And obviously the value that we show in the report is the book value on the date that we indicated that the asset must be condemned, which is the 30th of June, 2025. So if the councillor needs that, we can then send that through in terms of the purchase cost, the number of years in use, and then the values we can see is most of them is zero. There are ever certain ones that has values. Where there are values, obviously something must have happened for that asset to be condemned and to be written off, and that is shown in the column provided. So Speaker, please advise if that information must be circulated, then I can circulate that. Thank you, Speaker. And then just from a disposal point, when we talk about the value that we request in terms of disposing, that is done through a supply chain process, and the process that we follow at KOGA is through an annual auction.
Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. It seems like we've also lost you a bit there. Any other questions of clarity? Councillor Gertenbach?
Thank you, Speaker. If you go to the recommendations 10.3, the assets listed are going to be disposed of at a public auction or donation. My question is, can we make this list available to schools and institutions that might just be interested in a donation of this kind? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. CFO, just clarity on that process, on donations.
Okay, so thanks, Speaker. Donations, I know council does or has in the past requested donations. So in that case, we then request councillors to come forward in terms of formal requests for donations, and then the items can be considered for donation, and then the balance will then go to the annual auction, if council then obviously want to continue with opening it up for donations. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, CFO, for that clarity. Any objections on this item? I'm just checking if there's any objections on this item. Thank you, councillors. So this item carries. I'm done with finance and economic. 17.2 reports by the chairperson, planning and development. Mayor, back to you. I'm going to give to the MMC. I believe that the mayor is just battling with his sound at the moment. MMC Yankees, you may proceed with PD1.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Just double checking. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Yes, I'm PD1. That is on page 913, where we are reviewing the social development framework. For the draft document, the purpose of this report is to submit the revised draft SDF to Council for approval and permission to proceed with public participation as required by the legislation. The background, Honourable Speaker, we know this item has been coming on for a very long time, since 2024, where it was actually appointed a service provider to actually look into this and get the public input as well as the relevant stakeholders. Honourable Speaker, today we're tabling it with the recommendations that are on page 916, that Council adopts the revised Policy 10.2, that the town and regional planning department embarks on the public participation process for
Thank you, MMC. You were breaking away in the last bit, but I presume you were tabling PD1. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. Is he present? He's not present. My second speaker is Councillor Zana. Is he present? He's not present. Councillor Peterson, is he present? Councillors, that's the end of my speakers list, so I don't have speakers on this, so we can't debate this thing. Do I have any objections on this item? Councillors, I don't see any hands on any objections. Thank you, councillors. This item carries then. Deputy Mayor, back to your portfolio, PD2.
Honourable Speaker, PD2 is on page 1102. This is for final approval of the alienation of 4298 in Imansdorp. The background is clear that with the municipality granted approval for Eskom to register a servitude and a right to use to this newly created 4298. This agreement was only for 2 years, Honourable Speaker. Hence now, the Eskom's intention now is to purchase the earth to develop a battery energy storage system. Our recommendation is from 10.1 through to 10.6 for final approval. This item is served at portfolio before, as well as the in-principle approval in council. Today, we are submitting this to council for final approval. I hereby table the item, Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. Is he present? He's not present. My second speaker on the item is Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Are we still a quorum, Madam Speaker? I'm quite worried. On a lighter note, Madam Speaker, I don't have much. I just want to know on this 4298, what is the current market value on that? And did we go to open to the public with this whole process for the public also to can buy this piece of land, or if I can have more feedback on that. But the main thing is, what's the value of that property? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we're still 22 councillors, so we are monitoring it to make sure we're still a quorum. May I please give over to Director Ramakawela to answer the questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we did advertise the item, and the method of disposal is not a competitive process, Councillor, because it's a parastatal, so we can sell directly to any government department, and the value is according to an independent valuer, it's 270,000. Can confirm that it doesn't have land use rights as per se to date, because there are no zonings and all that. So they want to embark on that process. But as you can see in 10.4, that's the valuation we got, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Are there any other questions of clarity?
Sorry.
Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any hands. Just a second time. Do I have any objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. Then this item carries. That's the end of planning and development. The next one is 17.3, reports by the Chairperson, Civil and Water Services. Honourable Mayor, back to you. I'm going to give over to MMC Foley to present the item Civil and Water Services.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm on page 1120 CWS1. It is the approval of the final project implementation plan for the next financial year's MIG project. The recommendations, Speaker, are on page 1122. I table this for Council's approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Apologies for logging this late back. But on the items that I was supposed to speak, I just want to state it, Speaker. I am going to submit the written questions through your office so that you send it to the relevant department. But on the item at hand, Madam Speaker, one perhaps must appreciate the work that has been done, but I just have a clarity in terms of I see there's a project of high mast lights that's going to make, where's my notes now? But the clarity that I have there, Madam Speaker, is on, pardon me, is it the solar or is it going to be electrical high mast lights? In as much as that we wanted to be, I wouldn't say savvy, but maybe more efficient when it comes to electricity, even if there's load shedding. But I think the experience we had as a community of Guatetin and in Weston pertaining to the solar light was not a good experience. And I wouldn't want perhaps more of those lights to go up until we are certain that the things that we raised about them are perhaps at rest. Then the last one that I have, I know that the director from infrastructure has been responding in the past to it, but I think this is a good opportunity for us to check in terms of Mzamo a sewer plant. Why are we not seeing anything on these proposed MIG projects? And lastly, I'm glad that the Philipsville Sports Field upgrade is now going to be commencing, Madam Chair. Those are the only comments I have, and I am noting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. My next speaker is Councillor Mbandana. Is he back in the meeting? No, he's not. That's the end of my speakers list. May I give back to Director de Kok to answer on the solar and KwaMozama?
Thank you, Speaker. As to the high mast lights, I take the comment of the councillor, and obviously, if the experience was bad, we need to consult again. We need to just look into whether there will be improved best practices so that the experience of the high mast lights will be indeed serving the purpose. So I will engage with Director Madat so that we can just see what is the appropriate way of going forward. Perhaps we should consult also with the community and just get a feel and taste of what is the experience after the previous high mast lights have been constructed. So I take that. And then as to Umzamo Wetu, the design phase was the phase one. Sorry, the specialist studies was phase one. And that process is underway so that we indeed do get a best proposal as to the wastewater treatment works that should be established there. Those are the two questions. I trust that I've answered them. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Director Madat, do you have something to add on the solar?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I just wanted to respond on the solar issue. The councillor mentioned it to me. I've taken it up with the service provider. This is the first time they've experienced that. They went to go do inspection on site on Wednesday last week, and they've taken the issue up with the service provider. According to the service provider, the supplier, something like this has never happened before, and they will fix this. The reason why we did the solar in the GV area, in the Gemtus area, is because of the time delays. Eskom takes quite some time to approve connections, and it's also expensive. It's about 500,000 rand for a connection point. So to them, in terms of our timelines, it did not make sense to us, and we also want to experience the off-grid lights, and therefore we went for the solar technology. I haven't received any complaints from the other areas with regards to their lights, if there's problems, but we're addressing that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Do I have any other questions of clarity? Thank you. Do I have any objections on this item? I don't see any objections. Thank you, councillors. This item carries. MMC Foley, you may continue with the next item.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm on page 1124. And it's the approval of the revised drought mitigation plan for the municipality. Speaker, the recommendations are on page 1126, and I table it for council's approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My first speaker on the item is Councillor Zana.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think, Madam Speaker, from my side, or from my component side, we are in what is this, in support of this item, because I think we are really now at the brink of falling to serious water restrictions in Koga. But I'll want perhaps to also raise something, Madam Speaker, that I know that we spend serious money on boreholes throughout Koga. And I would want to check in terms of this mitigation, pardon me, how much of a percentage, Madam Speaker, do our boreholes contribute to our water sufficiency in Koga? And the last part that I want to come up with, I've been talking to a person from the Department of Human Settlements on checking how best is it possible. I know that back in the days when we had these drought restrictions or water restrictions, mitigation plan, the then mayor of Koga, Councillor Elsa van Lingen, had a program where she identified elderly persons and vulnerable groups within our communities and then donated water tanks. But I want to check what's the possibility of involving the Department of Human Settlements, because I know they have a separate program of water tanks, and then we identified as well elderly person and vulnerable that will fall victim in the end to the issue of water shortages or drought in Koga. That's the only thing I wanted to contribute to the item, Madam Speaker, but noting it, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The next speaker on my item is Councillor Mbandana. Is he back yet? He's not back yet. Councillor van der Linde, you're the next speaker on the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This mute button is making me crazy. Madam Speaker, yes, thank you for Councillor Zana. And I can just add and ask, Madam Speaker, what measurements in reduction in water losses has been achieved since the previous drought plan was implemented, and what is the current estimate losses due to water leaks and infrastructure failure? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give back to Director de Kock to answer all these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I can start with Councillor Zana. As to the percentage of boreholes that we use to supply and supplement our water, let me say that we are still reliant on the supply that we do receive from the Nelson Mandela Bay. Up to an estimate 48%, we are still reliant on them. But not only our boreholes, we also enjoy the fountains and the earthen dams which supply water to us. So for the correct layout and also the specifics, I would share that information with Councillor Zana, if that would be all right. Then as to his suggestion with human settlements, perhaps council should just take note that human settlements did contact me and they did indicate that they are planning a rollout due to the drought and that they have requested certain information whereby support will be in the form of tanks and the like. So we did share some of the information. I'm still waiting for feedback with regards to that. But any support to mitigate and to also assist with water harvesting, putting up tank stands where the roof area does allow for such, should be a high priority with us. So that definitely we would want to engage with them heavily on that, because it is to the support and to the better of the municipality as a whole. Then as to Councillor van der Linde, the water losses ever since last year where we went through a drought situation, Council, we will remember that the audit also indicated that we should come up with a water losses reduction plan. That indeed is in the rollout, and we are seeing significant improvement on our statistics where water leaks, high consumers and the likes are being investigated. And that is a constant process whereby corrections are taking place. As to our water losses, we've ended off this third quarter at NRV on non-revenue water of about 36.02%. We had the target of 39. It fluctuates, and the fluctuation is due to seasonal changes and use and demand, as well as what happened, the amount of water that we used for the firefighting from 8 to 14 January also had an effect. But currently we're standing at 36% non-revenue water. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for that clarity. Do I have any other questions of clarity? I don't see any other hands. Do I have any objections on this item? Thank you, councillors. Council welcome this item. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Foley, for the next item.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm on page 1144 and it's CWS3 and it's the reallocation of our WISG funds for 25-26, and there's quite a good discussion on why we brought this item, which I think informs Council of why we have to reallocate funds. Speaker, the recommendations are on page 1147 and I tabled this for Council's approval. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, MC. First speaker on the item is Councillor Mbandana. He's still not back. My next speaker on the item is Councillor van der Linde.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, I want to know the reallocation of this WSIG funds for water and civils. The grant money is being shifted in the mid-year. Now, which projects is gonna be prioritized and in which projects is cancelled in this reallocation, and which wards and towns will be affected by this delay in water infrastructure upgrade? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. That's the end of my speakers on this item. Director de Kok, back to you with answers.
Thank you, Chair. If I could refer to page 1145, in that, as well as what is the reason for this fund to be reallocated. Just above that column, we included exactly the reasons why this has to take place. And then as to the wards that are being affected, we see there's beach sewer pump stations that's in Jeffreys Bay, but we can include ward specifics so that I could share that with the councillor as what is requested. I think that would suffice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarity. Do I have any other questions of clarity on this item? Thank you. I get the thumbs up. Any objections on this item? I don't see any hands for objections. Thank you, councillors. This item carries. MMC Foley, back to you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm on page 1149 and it's the item that speaks to the implementation of water restrictions. Speaker, the recommendations can be found on from page 1153. Speaker, I do want to, however, make a change to recommendation 10.4, and I want to change it to the following, that a drought management committee be established to proactively address the current water scarcity challenges within the municipal area. Speaker, I table this item with the changes I proposed to Council for approval.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Haystack, you're the first speaker on the item.
Thanks, Speaker. Yeah, I just want to reiterate the difficult situation that we sit in, and I want to support the suggestion of Councillor Foley for an urgent committee to investigate what measures we can take to improve our situation with the water scarcity. We do a lot already at the moment, but we need to urgent intervention on how we can pave the path forward for our water security, and also try to see what other measurements we can put in place, not to just put up tariffs. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor, for the seconder on the proposal that Councillor Foley made. Councillor Zona, are you the next speaker on the item?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to differ with the latter speakers on this, both the MMC, Foley, and also Councillor Histek on what is seconding, because I think the writing is on the wall for us in Kocha when it comes to our issues of water, as we've alluded to the drought mitigation plan that was placed. But I think these restrictions, it's not out of that we want to be punitive to our people, but it's because of the seriousness of what we are seeing in terms of the dam levels and the capacity that is left in our dam. So I am in support of the item, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for all the contributions. So I take it there's no objections on this item. I mean, it's very serious. We're sitting in a very difficult situation again because of the drought. I do not see any objections. Thank you, councillors. This item carries with the 10.4 amendment made by the MMC. Thank you very much. This is the end of our open agenda. We do thank the public that was listening the whole day. It was quite a big, thick agenda, and thank you for being with us and actually taking the time to listen. It gives insight to what our administration is busy every day. It sometimes look that they're not busy, but if you look at the thickness of this, they're busy. They are busy with lots of things. Thank you very much, administration. Please could we let the public out and then prepare for confidential. We're going to do volume 1. Thank you, councillors.